Okay. Oh, what was I going to say? There's a fuck ton of things to cover today. God damn. Okay. Okay. Taps takes on APAC Torres, Minneapolis shooter background and lies, CDC shakeup, Russia strikes Kiev as Israel, redefines combat. I'm going to delete that and say drama surrounding Wired expose on paid dem influencers. DNW, which stands for Do Nothing Win. Michigan, that your drama was a hoax on the weekend for Palestine conference. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Do we have a blast off meme or what? Trump just dropped the best new fascistic pic of all time. Oh my God. Dude, what the hell? Bro, this is low key. This is what is happening here. This is like a different, it's like seeing America. It's like seeing the United States of America skin that you would expect in another country. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? It's like, you know how sometimes you got like different skins that you put on a character? It's like I'm watching America put on a new, like they unlocked fascism skin. Modern fascism skin unlocked. Yeah, they got a new texture pack. This fascism update is crazy, dude. It's really wild. They got the military deployed in all the major cities, including the capital. Like this literally feels alternative universe America. Like this shit is like Wolfenstein. You know what I mean? Like this is the type of shit that you would see. I mean, this is obviously fascism is colonialism turned inwards, right? And that is precisely what's going on here. Like it's not even a meme, right? This is just reality. This is objective reality, abject reality. Like there is no better indication. There's no better like living, breathing example of like fascism is colonialism turned inwards than what this is. Okay, capital city, National Guard deployed. They're walking the streets, big ass fucking flag right next to big ass deer leader with a photo looking menacing, talking about American workers first. Like this is straight up. This is straight up like a skin, like a new skin for America. Just the fascism update. It just patched, new patch, fascism update. We got it. Man in the High Castle style alternative universe, Wolfenstein 2 style, you know, American takeover, BioShock prequel, whatever you want to call it, but it just doesn't feel like this is the type of stuff that you don't normally expect in the United States of America, especially in 2025. Like America has had a litany of different complications throughout its development, throughout its history. You got indigenous genocide, you got chattel slavery, you got the continuation of unjustifiable racial systems, racist systems, and all that stuff. But it's like always masqueraded as this like bastion of liberal democracy. And now we're kind of coming to the conclusion, I think, that you can just do whatever you want. I feel like that's something that Trump said the other day where he was just like, he literally was like, I'm the president. I can do what I want. And that's like, he kind of can, I guess. Like all of this stuff was held together by just confidence and the notion that like no one was going to, no one, and I mean no one, was going to do anything about it. Like there's just nothing that they could do. All it takes is for one guy to just be like, nah, I'm the president. I'm the captain. I do what I want. And there ain't nothing you can do about it. Trump wants to be king, but past presidents turned the White House into a crown and scepter? We're talking about nationalizing defense contractors. There's no more rules anymore. That's not going to happen. I ain't ever retweeting your live notification tweets. Okay, well, you're fake. Here, take a second off then. Okay, take a second off and really reconsider that because that's not. Did you ride the short bus? Yes, aka your mom. Got him. Freaking got him. The Min shooter was a detransitioning for Tranner. Apparently, the right is calling for mass incarcerations and violence. What do we do? Just another day, baby. Just another day. At least my right-winger friends are against the third term nonsense. I'm going to tell you right now, that's just for now. Okay. If you think that they're going to stay, if you think that they're going to stay on this, like, oh, the third term is like unacceptable. Nope. That's not happening. That's for now. Okay. That's just for today. Don't take that shit for granted. You got to actively move them away from being right wing. You understand me? You have to actively do your very best to quickly move them away from the right, and not just into the fucking into the comfortable bosom of like liberalism either, because that shit is unsustainable. You got to get them. You got to radicalize them now, fast. They'll rationalize it to themselves. They're overwhelmingly all in. Yeah, the faster you like rip them away from this idiotic stupor that they found themselves in, the better things will get for you. Honestly. Yorgos Lanthimos' Begonia debuts a perfect score 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, starring Jesse Plemons and Emma Stone, in select theaters October 24th, nationwide on October 31st. That's amazing. Told them right down to that, date it, sign it, then show it back to them when it goes down. No, this is not a time for I told you so's. This is not a time. What do you mean? By the time, dude, this feels so lib coded. You know what I mean? Like, imagine, write it down, and then you can make fun of them when they inevitably defend a third term of the Trump fascist administration. Okay, well, you're going to prison anyway. You know what I mean? At that point, who gives a fuck if you win the argument? You got to lock in. You got to lock in. Writing shit down at that point don't matter. That's why I'm saying it doesn't count. It doesn't matter if you're right at that point. Think about it this way. I'm right more times than I'm wrong in my career, okay? Does it matter? No. It doesn't matter at all. What matters is how much impact you can have, and how much you can actually get people to make changes that they want to see in the world, to become the change that they want to see in the world. You understand? Anyway, bro, I refuse to ride the RFK's camps in the same train cars as some of these motherfuckers. I know. That's what I'm upset about. Like, that inevitability is here, but they've known all along. What is this?
Like, a lot of you guys that don't understand how something like this happens, I think that you should really I hate to use this as like a parallel, because I feel like it's kind of a there's like so much like baggage with it, but like look at Germany in the 1930s and look at how Hitler and the Nazi party
there's a lot of baggage with Nazi Germany. I wonder what he means. Like, you can't be talking about America's Nazi pivot as a positive while simultaneously harken it back to Nazi Germany, but not as a warning sign necessarily, but as like a positive thing. But you can't literally say it's positive, because then people will go, dude, you sound like a Nazi. So you say there's a lot of baggage associated with it. That's weird.
Close to power. I'm not comparing Trump with the Nazi party or with Hitler, but if you take a step back and you look at what were the reasons that they voted for this person, another person besides that, keep in mind, another person besides that is Mussolini. Like, a lot of you guys that don't understand how something like this happens, I think that you should really I hate to use this as like a parallel.
I don't think he hates to use it as a parallel, because I think he likes that parallel. Anyway, Austin had a 10-minute long crash out when Ray said he was ass at gaming more than you. This is more important than America. Okay, calm down. That's not. And also, I'm not going to get into that right now. Okay. Wow, dude. So everyone who disagrees with you is a Nazi, huh? I know. It's really fucked up. Once again, where can I arrive at these conclusions? How am I arriving at these conclusions? It's so unnecessary. He's just classic Hassan, talking about a guy who's very much in favor of Trump, and then uses a comparison between Nazi Germany and Donald Trump, but not a negative one, because I make that comparison all the time as well. But he's making that comparison as a positive one. W. Adapt had to rant to a couple weird chatters in chat while watching Chad Vice clips a few days ago.
Own opinion on shit and have your own voice and do your own research on something and someone before speaking on them and jumping to a conclusion about them. You know what I'm saying? do that. You have your own opinion. You have your
Damn,
own
bro.
voice.
They're saying W Hassan. They're saying Magatards. They're saying W Hassans. They're saying XQC fans hate Hassan.
There's not a lot of things you're entitled to. That's one of them, your opinion. You know what I mean? And I swear 90% of people online, they don't have their own, bro. They don't.
That's
and it's
true.
sad. And I can even say when I was younger, I would fall victim to that too.
That's true.
Where people literally just echo and regurgitate shit they read in Twitch chats and what the masses say.
Yes, bro. God damn. My goat, dude. My fucking goat. He's right. He's literally right. And, you know, everybody does this. I assume people were just like being weird about him collabing with me. So he was just like locking it down. Hassan, I do this for your content. What should I do? I mean, you should always still seek out your own information. One of the advantages of watching my shit, though, is that I do show you the opposing side's perspective, perhaps more than, you know, I would go so far as say I watch opposing arguments more than I watch complementary things. Like, I rarely watch my friends' content that, like, I agree with. I mean, I do every now and then, but it's far rarer on this broadcast for me to watch, like, Overzealots or Second Thought or Deprogram or any number of different content creators who I'm, like, very closely aligned with ideologically than Fox News, you know? I watch more Fox News than I watch MSNBC, and I disagree with MSNBC as well. So, like, I tried to have a very broad media diet because I recognize that it's important to understand what your enemies are thinking at all times. And it's important to understand, like, what kind of lies that they're saying. Obviously, we're going to be covering that today quite extensively with the Minneapolis shooter, because the right have decided, like, this is a trans person, this was woke, this was an anti-Christian trans person who's being woke, who wanted to kill Trump, and they're, like, actively pushing that narrative right now. So, you know, we'll do that. Anyway, that was a broader point that I didn't want to get to. But yeah, I'm glad that there's, like, people who are just like, bro, fucking don't believe this nonsense that fucking you see from your favorite content creator who you, like, listen to, who just fucking has different reasons as to why they're slandering someone like myself.
And what the general public opinion is about someone or something, and they just jump on that. You know what I mean? I mean to go on a whole rant, but that's just how I feel in general about shit. You know what I mean? Like, people should take the time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, it's kind of funny though, because, like, it depends on which community you're a part of as well, like where you get your news from or where you frequent online. Because, like, in the adult circles or in, like, leftist circles online and in the real world, nobody gives a fuck about all this, like, slop tuber drama. But a lot of people who watch, like, Adapt or the Phase Boys or any number of different Twitch channels, like, they also happen to watch, you know, some of the top content creators on this platform, whether it be Asmongold, whether it be XQC, whether it be all these other people, and they watch, like, apolitical slop tubers and stuff like that, and they get their notes from those people, and they decide, like, oh, this is a bad person. This is a bad person. This is a terrorist. And, like, obviously for us, because you guys are like, you know, pretty locked into the news cycle, you don't see that kind of stuff. So you don't understand the impact that has in terms of, like, converting a lot of new heads, converting a lot of people that otherwise might actually find themselves on the left flank of American politics, but haven't really taken a step, and they're just, like, considered apolitical, and they don't really think too much about politics, but they get their notes from, like, drama focused shit. There are a lot of people like that out there. And basically what you cooking up there, Unc, it's a Stumptown cold brew double concentrate. I have to put water in it, otherwise it's too much. Oh my God, every day, bro. Every time I do this, people go, what the fuck are you doing? Before I came to you, I was a big Crowder guy. Yeah. That's what I say all the time. It's like, there is a personal journey. There is a personal journey for a lot of people. And that personal journey for those who don't actually like ever think critically about like the politics that they live under and find themselves to be apolitical. For those guys, it's just like, no. I went scam Harris to Kyle to you. How are we criticizing you today? I want to get ahead on my homework. That's not happening. That's wild. Shouts out to that former Crowder viewer. You were in the trenches. I mean, there's a lot of people like that in this community, you know? And I think initially I had like a lot more impact because people did not just come in here with like, you're a terrorist and I hate you and I think you should be killed type attitudes. And instead we're like, oh, this is a guy who's covering the news. And a lot of people learned the news from this guy, right? And I would say that it was much easier for me to do that kind of news coverage and commentary for a lot of people and pull them away from the far right, from the precipice of the far right, the allure that the far right had for a lot of young men back then, because there wasn't an entire fucking liberal, apolitical crop of content creators that were actively collaborating with like some of the worst far right scumbags to undermine what I try to do. The vibes were a little bit better. Everything changed when the fucking Fire Nation attacked. You know what I mean? When the Fire Nation attacked, everything changed. And by that, I mean, I got doxxed for purchasing a home for myself and my family. Ever since then, it's just been downhill, baby. All right. Not that it matters. All right, let's continue. I didn't really take my notes from other streamers, but like women TikTokers who said you're a misogynist with out of context clips. I was on the opposite side, more like very liberal side that hates you. Yeah, there's look, when you're a large content creator, especially if you've been around for fucking 10 plus years as I have, I'm on my 12th year now at this point, there's going to be a lot of people. There's going to be a lot of people who just get their notes from whoever the fuck and just move on. It's all good. There's not really anything you can do about it. Are you sad that your view count is halved? Yes, I've fallen off. My career is over. It's devastating. I cry myself to sleep at night. So I just got started, chatter. I don't know what you're talking about. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, there is going to be a bunch of fucking people that just come after you. It's all good. Did you paid for the view bots though? I like this. So many of the people in this, like so many of the top level view bot call out people have openly stated that like my viewership has always been organic, but people still just imagine that I have view bots. That's cool, man. Why don't you take it up with Asmongold? Why aren't you in there? I mean, you made a lot of money doing ad streams. No, literally everything that you've brought up so far is incorrect. Like virtually everything. I don't run any fucking ads. I don't care about them. Yeah. Okay. I don't run any ads. I don't run any view bots. I've never run fucking view bots. No one has even fucking said that I've ever run view bots, because if you look at my viewership consistently, my active viewership rate is significantly higher than the platform average. If you look at like my active viewership percentage, I'm at 80%. If you look at Asmongold's active viewership percentage, he's at 48%. You come in here and you say, I'm doing view bots and I'm running ads. I don't do either of those things. You made ad streams like for Assassin's Creed. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, but I don't have view bots. Also, if I had view bots, why wouldn't I view bot while I'm gaming, you fucking moron? It's perhaps the worst argument you can make, which is when my viewership halves because I'm gaming. Again, you operate off of a delusion and you're just like compounding on top of that delusion. They pay you more the more views you have. Oh my God. Chatter. When I'm talking about politics, I got 30K to 40K in here. When I'm playing video games, I got 20K max. If I have view bots, why wouldn't I view bot when I'm playing video games to make sure that I got 40,000 people watching? I am trying to have a normal conversation with a person who is insane, by the way. I don't know why the fuck I'm doing that, but yeah, I'm reverse view botting. The people who want you to stay hard and sad when you gaming, people leave because you enjoying yourself. Yeah, it's true. You stupid, man. I hate you and always have, because of a ton of reasons I made up, and also care more about viewers than anything happening right now. Anyway, let's continue. Honestly, what's really fucked up about you getting paid ads for gaming is the fact that you suck at gaming. It's unethical. I don't think anybody cares about that. I think people just care about, you know, whether you're fun and entertaining while you're playing games or not, which clearly my audience doesn't. I think a political analysis of MGS3 while you play would bring a lot of politics heads to your gaming vids. I agree. There was some other stuff. Oh yeah, we were gonna start off with obviously some drama, a little bit of drama. The Wired article came out yesterday. I covered it obviously on the stream. It's a big controversy. And in the Wired article, they actually don't even talk about like Unfuck America. That's another like Democrat Party affiliated group that's like getting TikTokers to go all around and do like the Unfuck America tour or whatever. But apparently the person who runs it, who is like super pro Destiny, came after me and said, Hassan the Hun, bitch, please. You're not about to try and out progressive me while you were sitting on your ass streaming. I've been getting progressives elected. Stay mad. Oh, FYI, I used to work at TYT. My NDA recently expired. Not sure what that second part means because I haven't worked at TYT for years. I didn't even know this person worked at fucking TYT as well. But this, I think, is a pretty solid response to this argument. Anyway, good retweet here. They think you own TYT? I don't know. But yeah, Gato Fumador responses, I've been getting progressives elected. You helped elect a single Virginia state delegate in 2021. Everyone else you've worked with has lost. Damn. She going leak you fart in the office a lot? Brother, I didn't work with her. I wasn't around, I don't think, when she was there. You removed the retweet? Oh, it's fine. You guys need to stop. She could smell the fart, jackass. Yeah, I farted so hard at the office that it just had a lasting impact. David Parkman was slandering you on TikTok. Oh boy, nice. Anyway, I knew that was going to be a point of controversy because obviously nobody likes to be fucking outed as taking money from the Democratic Party, but yeah, one key thing that's come out of this, by the way, every person mentioned the Wired article funded by a PAC and using Bernie Sanders as a straw man to discredit the article. Yeah, every person that is like a Democrat operative that is trying to be a Democrat operative. By the way, I'm trying to talk about something serious and you dumb fucks are talking about farting, man. Please stop. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking annoying. Jesus Christ, lock in. Y'all are all 30. I know you are 30 plus. We've done the fucking community census. You can't be behaving like this. Okay? God damn, dude. Y'all are 30 plus. Lock in. Anyway, this was the short and sweet summary. Influences including communication about the program and in some cases an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 fund, including Olivia Giuliana, David Pakman. Scoop, a powerful dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic Party influencers. Big liberal content creators are being paid up to $8,000 a month to push party messaging. But the problem is the goals of the Democratic Party are not to actually fucking do something right by the working class, okay? If that was their goal and they were funding this network of content creators, then sure, it's normal, it's good. The Republicans do it all the time, but we shouldn't be demanding a network of Charlie Kirks, a network of mercenary Charlie Kirks, but blue MAGA style. Okay? This is why when people came to me about the whole Joe Rogan of the left, we need a Joe Rogan of the left, all this shit, okay? I kept repeating over and over again, it's not a Joe Rogan of the left situation. Like, the problem is larger than this, okay? The problem is far more consequential than this. Like, yes, you're right. All of these people, all of the political grifters on the right are in some way, shape, or form a part of this infrastructure that the Republicans have designed. And they're far better than the Democrats are. They're on the ball when it comes to like farming out talent from independent media, right? They do it. They 100% do it. Okay, this is a thing that they do. But the major issue here is that when they're farming out talent from the right, from independent spheres and whatnot, they actually still try to offer treats to the base. Democrats, on the other hand, don't do that. They're constantly in a defensive posture. They don't have any discernible policies that you can identify them with. These are major issues that you cannot overcome. The greatest example of this is the last election cycle. Kamala Harris's policies for an angry base of support was basically to say, you shouldn't be we're not going to fix any of these issues. We don't even have any real serious issues at all. You should just be afraid of the Republicans, which there is truth to that sentiment, right? Like, you should be afraid of Republicans. I kept repeating that over and over again as well, but it didn't matter because they were constantly running in the direction of right-wing ideology, thinking that they were going to be able to pick away some of these Republicans in the base, some of these Republican voters, and bring them to the Democratic Party. It didn't work that way, right? It was a failure. She out-money spent the Trump administration by massive margins. She outraised the Trump admin by big margins, but it didn't matter because no matter how much money you dump, no matter how much you're in front of people's eyeballs, no matter how much you can get their attention, it still doesn't matter if the policies that you are getting in front of them with are dog shit. Okay? That's it. You can burn $1 billion. You can spend $1 billion saying, I'm a small business. I'm going to give $50,000 in tax credits to small businesses. But that's not an impactful message. That's not a good policy that you can be identified with, right? That's not like a holistic message. That's not something that you can actually present to as broad a base as possible. This is part of the reason why I like universal programs. And I kept repeating this over and over again throughout the campaign, and Democrats yelled at me for it. They were like, you're attacking Kamala Harris, and you're the reason why she's losing, blah, 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 all this shit. You're the reason why she lost. Anyway, Mitch Voter says, I always thought the Dem influencer hyping Biden felt like reassuring middle-aged people that Biden had young support rather than actually expand his appeal and outreach to young Dem voters, which is true. That is precisely what these guys do. Olivia does this role. Like, this is her role. Her goal is not dissimilar to Charlie Kirk in that same vein. Like, Charlie Kirk only recently started reaching a younger audience because of TikTok. But for the majority of his career, his goal was to get money. His goal was to get money from right-wing Republican mega donors like Foster Freeze and basically lie to them that they were making a fucking impact with the youth vote. Okay? Only until TikTok, college campus like debate, the college campus debate videos did Charlie Kirk actually start securing some kind of prominence in a younger audience. And that wasn't because of Charlie Kirk either. That was because there was a dramatic shift happening within the right-wing youth, okay? That wasn't because of Charlie Kirk. Trump might say it's because of Charlie Kirk, but it is a broader systemic failure born out of the way that the Democrats have presented themselves to the youth, and just the way that they have been completely unable to address any of these issues like the affordability crisis and whatnot. Whereas Donald Trump was seen as a mover and shaker in this area. He said, I'm going to be a mallet. I'm going to hatchet through these institutions that haven't helped you, right? And that's why he was able to make an impact, especially with young people. Now, that impact is whittling away because young people who were too young to remember the COVID era, okay, young people who were too young to remember what Trump 1 looked like, that became like more invested in politics because now they're 18 plus, right? This past election cycle, were willing to take a gamble again with Donald Trump. Okay? That's it. There were a lot of young people who were willing to take a gamble. It's part of that is COVID. Part of that is having lockdowns in your more formative years throughout your adolescence when you're supposed to be like around other people and like, you know, going down the wrong rabbit holes, right? That's part of it. I mean, it's a massive, massive issue, right? In any case, the Democrats are not going to solve this problem by just like simply putting a shit ton of money into content creators who do not make this impact, who do not have this impact. They need to try to figure out why some content creators do actually have staying power in this space. Not to hype myself up too much, but, you know, why is it that so many of these other guys don't actually have that motion? Why is it that they don't have this kind of motion with young people in general? Why is it that some of these guys simply do not have any staying power amongst the youth at all? It's because they are there to defend the Democratic Party. Whereas on the Republican media ecosystem, the fake independent Republican content creators are in tune with the base's demands. That's why the Jeffrey Epstein stuff was like a big point of controversy, a big point of drama, because the base was demanding more information. And the administration was like, for the first time ever, not giving them that treat. And that's why they were like, what the fuck do you mean you're not going to give us the Jeffrey Epstein details? Hold on now. And the Trump administration did what? Find other red meat to throw at the base. Instead of just being like, all right, let's... First, they behaved like Democrats. First, they panicked and behaved like Democrats. And they kept saying, oh, this is not a real thing. This is not a real thing. Don't care about this. If you care about this, you're stupid. And then everyone was like, what the fuck do you mean? You told us to care about this. So then they turned around and tried to find different things to make people pay attention to, like Obama, remember Obama. And now they're moving on from the conversation a little bit. I think it'll still come back. But ultimately, the Republicans have they make better assessments about their base's interest. They try to find things that they care about and offer them red meat. Dan got mad at you on TikTok. Who's Dan? Dan Bongino? Anyway, but yeah, I think that this method that the Democrats are deploying here by using like Brian Tyler Cohen and all these other people, especially in this like incredibly shady way, is only effective if the Democrats are willing and able to change their attitude. Okay, they probably meant David. Okay, if the Democratic Party unironically decides that they are the Medicare for all party, okay, if they decide that they are the anti-Israel, anti-genocide party, for example, it sounds laughable to even bring this up because you're like, they're never going to do that. But if they were to do that, and then they pumped all of these content creators who will be loyal soldiers that defend the Dems regardless, then they could actually make an impact. Otherwise, this is no different than having $1 billion fucking dollars that you burned with messaging bad policies and putting bad policies in front of people and then losing the election in the same exact way that they lost the election last time around. That's it. The fact that some of you think that I'm a young person that can have the political leanings of Bernie Sanders is part of the reason we lost many young men in droves. I'm not being paid to speak my beliefs. I just don't let you all bully me for being who I am. Don't like it tough. I haven't been paid a dime to do anything in Texas politics, by the way. It turns out she was. Don't know who else to let folks. There's a subplot in politics happening because apparently someone is paying GOP influencers outside of Texas to say specific things about Texas politics because influencers in Texas have to disclose if they're being paid for political posts. It's just crazy that she like talked about how she wasn't paid for this shit at all for the longest goddamn time. Why are you trying to start a war between the left just because Pac-Man and BTC aren't as left as you are? But isn't it good to help other creators on the left? Pac-Man isn't even in there. Why are you lying? Wait, what? 26 month subscriber? I'm not. I don't want to start a war between the left. Okay. First of all, I'm sorry. One of the most pressing issues right now is Israel. Okay. And it's an unimaginably popular issue to hold on to. And if you're an independent content creator that's being paid to defend the Democratic Party and you don't actually disclose that information and you also simultaneously never say anything about the most fucking popular issue that you could be on board with, then obviously I'm going to take issue with that because I'm going to take issue with that for two reasons. One, because it's immoral, in my opinion, to stay quiet in the face of such tremendous injustice. But beyond the immorality of it all, it's also insane. It's also stupid from a political point of view. If you want the Democrats to win, if you're a blue no matter who type of person, why the fuck aren't you yelling at the influencers that refuse to speak on this? And why the fuck aren't you yelling at the goddamn party that refuses to speak and communicate on this? From a partisan perspective, you know what I mean? I know, but they aren't Democrats. What? What are you saying? This is the problem because the Democrat base, okay? The Democrat base's opinion, the opinion that you hold that like the party is infallible, we must defend it, is the reason why the party gets away with just being bad, okay? The party gets away with being a corporate subsidized, lighter version of the Republicans. We need the party to fight, Okay, we need the party to fight for your rights, my rights, everybody else's rights. We need the party to actively combat growing fascism in this country. This is not a joke. You know, it's happening right now, every single day. The issue is the goal of these guys is to basically delude the masses into thinking that it's good. It's good that the Dems are not saying anything about Gaza. You know, you shouldn't care about that at all. Look, Donald Trump is stupid. He's going to die any moment now. Like, and of course they arrive at like correct issues with regular frequency because they ultimately being in opposition to the Republicans is correct, right? But the problem is you need to go beyond that. You need to demand that the party actively defend Americans. You need the party to actively defend immigrants. You need the party to actively defend the principle of being against genocide. And if you don't do that, then you lose the space to grifters and charlatans on the right. There is a reason why Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene have made tremendous impact. They are out and about loudly screaming about how much they oppose Israel, and they're benefiting from it. They're benefiting from it because there is a massive void on the left side on this pivotal issue that everyone can see is abhorrent. How do you not see this? A lot of people tune this out when I talk about it because they think, oh, Hassan, you're being a fucking pussy again. All you care about is Gaza, blah, blah, blah. But like, I'm making two different arguments here. I'm not even making the morality argument when I say this, okay? Even though that is first and foremost the most consequential part of this conversation. But even from a pure, amoral, calculated political stance that you are taking, from a partisan perspective, you should never allow Marjorie Taylor Greene to be the leading voice in Congress on refusing to send weapons to Israel. Never. That's crazy. That is a massive failure, especially when there are party members in the Democratic lineup that have been punished aggressively for being champions on this cause, whether it be Rashida Tlaib or Ilhan Omar or even AOC. People have yelled at them, okay? So when the tide is actually shifting and more Americans every single day are coming on board with this reality, for the Dems to just like kind of sit around and not do anything and not say anything and allow Marjorie Taylor Greene to ever be one of the leading voices in this conversation is a massive fucking failure. For the liberal content creators to not actively be the guys that you go to hear about what the fuck is going on in Gaza and create a void in that media ecosystem is basically handing that to Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson. A lot of you guys, if you still defend the liberal content creators who don't speak on this issue and you defend the Democratic Party that doesn't speak on this issue convincingly, are not realizing that this is a massive failure, a massively consequential failure that is causing people to think, well, these are the earnest guys. I guess the only real ones out there that are speaking out against Israel are right-wingers. It makes you wonder why, like actually, why would they keep their mouth shut on this issue? Because they care only about donors and they care about defending the Democratic Party. This is a problem. And it's an especially annoying problem when the issue is so obvious and also no longer an unpopular one. Okay? A lot of people that came before these cynical people, these grifters, already did the fucking work. Okay? They already put their reputation on the line. They got slandered and smeared endlessly. But it was nothing, obviously. It was nothing in the grand scheme of things. It was all worth it. Because as long as you can convert people to seeing the truth about what Israel is doing in Gaza, whether it's one person or 1,000 people, it's worth it, okay? All the death threats, all the smears, all the lies, it's nothing in comparison to being able to actually be on the right side of history and to be able to convert people so they also apply pressure and potentially one day down the line put an end to this madness, put an end to this bloodshed.
The infighting has always been bad, right? But I think like this new emergence of Palestine and Israel has really just completely shaken up the whole party, because it's almost as if you can be the furthest left person you've ever met. You could say, I don't want borders, ACAB, all the things, right? But if you say, I don't have a position on Palestine and Israel, then you are the enemy, right?
You're canceled.
And this is part of the issue, is that we are finding reasons to shrink our tent. And in a time where we should be expanding.
That's bullshit, by the way. That's bullshit. You are fucking shrinking the tent. You are shrinking the tent. There are more people that are pro-Palestine than pro-Israel right now, all around. And when you don't take a stance against one of the most consequential issues of our time, it's clear, black and white, by the way, is genocide, right? You got a majority of the American population even recognizing that it's genocide, and you won't take a stance on it. You are the one who's making the tent smaller, because people look at that and go, why the fuck should I trust you? You can't even say that this is a genocide and we have to put an end to it, even from a partisan perspective. It doesn't make any sense. This is not only a moral stance that you could take, but it's also now objectively a popular stance that you can take. So when you don't take a stance on this issue, all you're doing is telling people that you are bought and paid for. All you're telling people is that you are just like everybody else in mainstream news. You're just like everybody else in politics, refusing to actually listen to the cries coming from the base of support. You are refusing to listen to the demands, the reasonable and just demands that people are making that want to vote for the Democrats, that still feel like the Democrats are supposed to be the counterbalance against growing fascism around the world.
Our tent. This is where my personal frustration comes in, because I'm like, listen, we can all have our own beliefs and that's fine. The infighting.
Like, I think this was immoral to say even in December 2023, because it was obvious what Israel was doing, right? But the very fact that you're still saying it now, when the issue has swung dramatically in the opposite direction, in the direction of the truth, is insane. You are lying to yourself and lying to the people that are watching that podcast in order to continue justifying getting money from the Democratic Party, who doesn't want you to say those things, who doesn't want you to take an active stance on these things. Yeah. Poll from October 2023. It's actually not surprising. I posted this on IG on October 2023 because support for cutting off weapons to Israel was already a 50-50 issue. 53% of Democrats were already saying that we should not send weapons and supplies to Israel on October 19th, 2023, 2 weeks after. This is a fucking huge problem. This is emblematic of the problem with them messaging, okay? They are too afraid to take a stance on anything. They're too afraid to lead. Or rather, when they do want to actively lead and change the attitude of the base, they only do so in the direction of moving right. The base could be like, hey, we want fucking healthcare. What are you doing? And they'll be like, no, you can't have it. And you should stop asking us that. And it's actually bad and wrong to demand free healthcare. What the fuck do you want? When it comes to immigration, there'll be people in the base that are like, what are you doing? Immigrants are our neighbors. They're beautiful. They're wonderful. They're a part of our communities. Please stop saying immigrants are fucking scary. Republicans are saying immigrants are rapist monsters. And then if you turn around and say, no, immigrants are actually a national security threat, the only time where you're unafraid to lead, I guess, is when you're trying to move your base more into the right wing. And if you do that, then of course you're going to fucking lose elections to the right. And they're going to keep going more far right. There has never been a time in American history where the Democrats have been able to successfully outflank the Republican Party in contemporary American society. There's never been a moment where the Democrats have been able to successfully outflank the Republicans on right-wing sentiment. They do not own patriotism. They do not own the military. They do not own being the pro-war party. And they shouldn't, by the way, regardless. And they do not own cutting the welfare state, no matter how hard they gut it themselves. Okay? I have repeated this a million times over in my last 12 years of being a fucking professional political commentator. And in that process, conditions have only gotten worse. And the Democrats have become even more feckless and even more right-wing in the process. And they just keep fucking losing. And they keep losing to an increasingly worse, increasingly more violent, increasingly more belligerent right-wing. And they just keep going, I don't know how this happened. I guess it's because of the left. My mentality is there are blue no matter who voters, but they will always vote blue. They are not going to, if someone is voting for Joe Biden, if someone is willing to vote for Kamala Harris, they're not going to fucking not vote for Bernie Sanders. What are you, stupid? But there are plenty of other people that aren't even Democrat voters that don't consider themselves to be Democrats. And I'm not meaning like they're radical leftists or whatever, because there are certainly radical leftists or whatever that would vote for the Democrats if it was like a more radical candidate. But there are a lot of people who just simply don't vote that could be captivated into voting if the Democrats actually abided by at least like Bernie Sanders' message. Okay? And the blue no matter who guys are going to come along anyway, because they're already harm reduction voters. This is true. I'm a field lead for Zoran and meta voter who doesn't like Zoran's policies, but will vote for him because he's the Dem. Exactly. It's actually not surprising. I posted this in IG on October 2023 because support for cut-off weapons to Israel was already a 50-50 issue, and anyone with eyes could see what was about to happen. What is new in 2025 is that the elite opinion has now shifted against Israel. Yeah. Just a remarkable shift on military aid to Israel, by the way. Do you support or oppose the United States sending more military aid to Israel for their efforts in the war with Hamas? August 27th, 2025, yesterday, opposition is at 60%. 60% of those polled say they oppose the United States sending more military aid to Israel for their efforts in the war with Hamas. What you're implying is dangerous, let me tell you. What are we doing? If you're still not talking about this, you must be getting paid to not talk about this. And it turns out that was the point. Maybe you genuinely, organically also don't want to talk about it. And the pay doesn't hurt on top of that, but it doesn't matter.
Minute and debunk some important misinformation. Many of you have commented about this article that came out in The Wired, asking if I've sold out, if I've taken money to push political talking points. The answer is no. Number one, this group never paid me for any content. This group never had control over any of my content. They never told me who to interview, what to say, or what not to say. They never once said you can't report on an issue. This group is a public cohort. Nothing was secret. And the point of it was to mentor smaller creators so that they can grow and that they can monetize their platform. And just like I've given speeches in the past or I've mentored other creators in the past, this was no different. This had nothing to do with politics, had nothing to do with a political party, and had no control over the content that I ever made. And even the article writer, Taylor Lorenz, admits that. Aaron is correct that Chorus didn't pay them to post specific content. Now, she talks about disclosure requirements, but there was no payment for content, and so there is nothing to disclose. What this article is advocating for is that any of you have to disclose.
Wait, what? Did they get like a script or something to post this? How do you feel about engaging with people who hold anti-Israel sentiment that are not rooted in support for Palestinian liberation? I feel like a lot of the right are anti-Israel, but not for the best reasons, and it makes me uncomfortable to engage in conversation, even if we agree with each other. How do you approach this? You just gotta fucking hit them on avenues that they understand. Like right wingers believe in like, you know, castle doctrine and shit. That could be a more effective way. Or you're not gonna win every argument. You know, you're not gonna win everybody. It's a good question. I think a lot of people in America, especially in the right, have this like anti-Israel opinion, but then they also have an anti-Palestinian opinion, and they're just like, those guys are just fucking fighting. Why are we giving them money? And if that's what it takes for someone to like demand the shutdown weapons transfers to Israel, then I'll take it. You know, being anti-Israel right now is the same as being anti-Nazi. You can't support anti-Semitism, but if they're opposing actual support for genocide, motive is hardly the most important thing to perfect. Exactly. Now there are issues, though. There are certainly issues with the motives. Why would he need to take money if his dad's a billionaire? His dad's a billionaire? The new line for these influencers involved in the program described in the article is that, this dark money scheme was never a secret, despite what the contract said and what the creators were told. But this is very easy to debunk. Point me to one video where any of these content creators revealed that they were receiving funding from 1630 Fund, dark money group, prior to our article. If the 1630 funding was public, then point me to one video where they disclose this funding. Like, do you guys understand? Not only do I have an issue with like political commentators getting paid, right, to do like certain kind of messaging pushes, okay? Not only do I take issue with that in general, because like obviously that spells that like you're buyable, right? They can just like buy you, and I don't think you're independent at that point. Or if you're gonna do that, you could just be like, this is something that I agree with already, and they were willing to give me money, and that's why I'm doing it, right? Like that's, I guess, like the most honest way to go about it, right? But it's also a major failure in general for the Democrats. Like it literally fails to do the job. If the Democrats' goal here is to try and bring more people to their side at a time when there should be unprecedented support for the opposition party, then you have to speak on certain issues that the party itself is not choosing to speak on. Otherwise, you are going to lose the messaging war to grifters on the right who will dominate the field. That is precisely the reason why Nick Fuentes is dominating the field right now. Okay? He is seen as an earnestly anti-Israel person on the media side, on the independent media side. Tucker Carlson is seen as an earnestly anti-Israel person on also the independent media side. And he's a very important voice in the right-wing movement. When liberal Democrats who are getting paid by the Democratic Party are refusing to speak on these atrocities, they are literally leaving this entire realm of media. They're leaving a massive void in the ecosystem here to unironically allow right-wing grifters to fucking take advantage of.
Disclose where you work, what you do for a living, how much you make, and who your CEO is. That means I have to disclose that a bar prep company has paid me to help grade bar exam essays. But I want to make clear that...
Who's paying you to say this? You, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service is only sponsored by you, the viewers. You can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Piker Broadcasting Service maintains its editorial independence through your voluntary contributions. We don't even run ads at the Piker Broadcasting Service. You will never see ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service. There will be a sponsor stream here and there, like maybe some gaming stuff, but overall, it's you, the viewers, by you, the viewers. Are you being paid by P creators to say this? Yeah, classic. President Biden stands with Israel. I'm so proud of this General Assembly speech. I'm proud to call him my president. Kamala Harris is clear. She does not support an arms embargo to Israel. Oh, come on, man.
If there was ever a situation where a quote-unquote dark money...
Like, I don't even think it's ridiculous to disclose your funding. If you're doing a fucking ad, you should tell people that you're doing a fucking ad. There's a reason why, under normal circumstances, it's illegal to not disclose it. Unfortunately, of course, our current regulatory agencies are completely crippled, so they're not going to deal with this at all. The Democrats aren't trying to bring more people in and expand their base. They're riding on Trump being fascist and unpalatable for the midterms. Their approach has been, we don't have to change anything and sit on their hands. Yeah, and that's a devastating prospect. And the real reason why that's a devastating prospect is because they are deeply and unimaginably unpopular right now. And no one is seemingly looking at why they're so unpopular when they should be organically popular because of how unpopular the Trump administration is. But because they're not doing anything, people just look at them and go, you guys are fucking losers. You're not doing shit. And under the duopoly structure, if people fucking despise the Republican Party for its violence and its reactionary policies and its and the resentment that they breed towards the Republicans, and then they have no avenue to actually vote for a party that is like going to actively combat them, actively present hurdles with the Democrats, they're just not going to vote. They're just going to get angry and they're not going to vote. That is precisely what happened this last election.
Group tried to pay me to push a narrative? I'd say absolutely not. But that hasn't stopped this online firing squad from emerging. And it's funny, the people that are attacking me online are traditional journalists who are threatened by the work that I do, and also bad faith actors who have spent their entire last 2 years that I've been on this platform attacking me. So I'm not going to stop. And I want you to know that if you have any questions, comment them below.
I've never attacked this person because I don't know who he is. Okay. So if he's like trying to say that I genuinely don't know what he does, I'm completely oblivious to a lot of like the TikTok stuff. This is the first time I'm seeing this shit, you know. I know about this person. This person look crazy, but ultimately it seems like there is a lot of it seems like there's a lot of the same old talking points coming out.
Article in
This is
Wired
a 7-minute video
yesterday
on TikTok. Yeah, I really enjoyed your commentary and think you have really great takes, but the lack of coverage in Gaza honestly turns me away now, regardless of the validity of the article. I don't get it. They pay you $8K a month just because, no strings attached. That kind of feels like what you're saying. You took money from a Zionist group during a genocide, no PR spinning and changing the facts. The lack of transparency is what people are upset about. I'm good with this. I did my research on it, and I don't see an issue. The left has to catch up to the far right. They've been killing it, like you said, especially on social media. Let's go. Okay, if the left is losing to the fucking far right, you need to understand there's a key reason for it. And that's not just because of moneyed interest. That's not just because like money dominates this fucking field. That's one of the reasons. But the other reason is because the right is in tune with like organically developing resentment movements that they immediately fold back into the Republican Party. Whereas the left, or not the left, but like liberal content creators and the Democrats actively are more invested in like getting their base to just believe in harm reduction narratives when that has been a demonstrable failure. Putting the same harm reduction narratives in front of more people over and over again is not obviously going to fucking allow you to secure a victory here. It failed last election cycle. This is worse than Trump won, because at least in Trump won, there was a movement towards more progressive politicians and more progressive politics that the establishment Dems basically gave way to. They didn't actively fucking try to shank the left flank. They realized that the Trump issue was so pervasive and so scary that they actively stood by as the left grew, and you know, they listened to the demands being made by the base, so much so that they even did those messaging bills about Medicare for all. That's the reason why Kamala Harris ran as a pro Medicare for all candidate in the primaries after losing, of course. But there was a reason why so many of the Democrats that were on that stage were either actively trying to fight back against Medicare for all, or were just straight up saying that they're pro Medicare for all. He mentions you at 055.
But to say, how could you do this to us? I knew back in 2021 when you had the following to say that you must have been getting paid by someone, and here's the proof. And I was not even going to give this the time of day, but my relationship with you, my actual audience, is the most important thing. And so I decided to do this segment. I also was told that other creators, like a Twitch streamer named Hassan Piker, were covering this in ways that don't reflect the reality of the situation and are perpetuating false.
Okay, first of all, I just read the article, okay? I didn't like cover it in a particular way. I just covered the article. Also, I've known David for years. For me, I normally stay away from, you know, yelling about like Brian Tyler Cohen or David or any of these guys, because like there are certain issues that I just know they're not going to talk about, whatever. But as long as they're like cordial, as long as they're like, you know, focusing most of their efforts on combating the Republicans and whatnot, even if I don't agree with, even if I don't agree with a lot of key problems here, I think it's, you know, it's whatever. David saying a Twitch streamer is insane given the disparity in your respective reach. Yeah. I don't know. It is what it is.
Falsehoods about what is and isn't going on. Now, I can't speak to the motives of the people that wrote the article or those that are reacting to it. I can't get in their heads. All I can do is tell you what's going on, and then you can judge and you can make an assessment of me. Now, I also want to mention, I'm aware that many of the people I'm hearing of aren't even part of my audience. They're doing the, well, now I'm unsubscribing, and they mostly were never subscribed. And
this is a threat to their bag. They'll escalate the conflict to all-out war before they'll make any concessions. All I'm saying is, if you truly care about if you truly care about fighting against Donald Trump, if you truly care about undermining the growth of fascism in this country, you have to look within yourself, okay? You have to look within yourself. You have to realize that the same old business as usual, Democrats are actually the harm reductionist party, is not going to move you across the finish line. Or even if it does carry the Democrats across the finish line, if the final attitude from the Democrats is reflected in the Kamala Harris campaign, and it's just more militant military, like a more lethal military and a more militant border policy, then is it even good that the Democrats won in that regard? Like, it's just not. It's a race to the bottom. Okay, I care about policies first and foremost. That's what's most consequential. Okay, that's what's most consequential for me. I don't give a shit about what the letter is next to the fucking name of the politician. I care about what they're going to fight for. Okay, are they going to fight for us, or are they going to fight for the bag? And it's clear that when Democrats are openly fighting for the bag, it causes them to take terrible positions and terrible stances that make them look like they're phony, that make them look like they're insincere. And if content creators on the liberal side of the political spectrum are also reflecting that same kind of like inability to address ongoing issues and always waiting for the mass momentum to swing in that direction, always afraid to lead people to the correct side of an argument by actively counter messaging, they're always going to lose to the Republicans, who will never stop counter messaging. Republicans never stop. They run as though they are running every single day, as though there's an election every single day. Democrats remember that there's an election every 4 years and then act surprised when they fucking lose. One problem is that in the Democratic Party, there's no penalty for failure. Chuck Schumer gets to be in leadership forever, even though the party is reaching record low popularity. It's considered more important for these people to retain their positions than for the party to win. Obviously, a party that was interested in winning would oust these fools and put in new management. If they made Bernie the Senate minority leader, they'd be a lot more popular, but they don't, because it's not about winning. It's about a small group of people clinging to power. Yep, that's it. This is why we say it's like two sides of the same coin. It's just like a lighter version, a diet version of the far right, insane Republican Party. Very important information here. In Detroit, you need to go up to Hazel Park and get Louis' Detroit-style pizza. You got it. When will we watch the second half of the Ritchie Torres interview? Right now. We're going to go into it in a second. Okay? Anyway, I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but I guess it's like a lot of the same old, where they're basically just saying, it seems like they're simply stating that the article is not correct. And I'm not entirely sure on why they're saying the article's not correct. They're just like, they're basically just saying like all of the stuff that Taylor reported on is just untrue. And obviously Wired Magazine and Taylor Lorenz have they have fact checkers, you know? That's just not how this works. You can't just like present a completely made up reality. This isn't like, this is Wired Magazine, right? This is not like some crazy alt-right website or whatever. And therefore, every single piece of information that you read from the Wired Magazine article is going to be confirmed through leaked information, background information that you arrive at. Like there is it's clear. Taylor responded.
Since my article came out yesterday about the 1630 Fund funding a bunch of these Democratic influencers through this secret program, a bunch of these influencers have spread just the most absurd lies sort of in response, which I think is quite revealing. I think that sort of speaks to their transparency and commitment to the truth. But I just want to clear some things up. So some of these creators have said, well, I never hid of my affiliation with Chorus. Here I am right here on the Chorus website. No one is arguing that. I've reported on these people's affiliations with Chorus. I've written about Chorus even prior to this article. The point is that none of them disclosed that they were receiving money from a dark money group, the 1630 fund. None of them have ever disclosed, as far as I've ever seen, their relationship with the 1630 fund. And that is the crux of it. Chorus is just the middleman. They're just running the program. The 1630 fund is the powerful dark money group that is funding this effort. And so if you see these people online saying, well, this was never a secret, I always disclosed it, please point me to where they've ever said that they were receiving payments from the 1630 fund.
They were saying they didn't get paid for specific posts. They were trying to worm their way out of it. Also saying no one told them what to say. They're denying that they are paid. Yeah, I think what's going on here is they're in a weird way trying to say, if I'm taking what they're saying at face value, it feels like they're saying these guys are they really like us and they gave us money for no reason. No obligations. They didn't even tell us to disclose it. We just chose not to disclose it. But they just gave us money because they really like us, which is ironic because that's literally the Tim Pool argument for Tenet. Now, of course, there's a difference between like a foreign adversary using like a shell company to fund, American politicians to take a stance that's like pro foreign adversary versus a dark money group funding, an American dark money group funding pro-Democrat Party liberal content creators. Like clearly one is way more commonplace, especially on the right. But it's interesting that their counter here is to simply say, nah, they just gave us money, dog. It's like, what are you, fucking stupid? Like, you're going to say no to free money?
Went through and looked at these contracts. The stipulations in the contract are very clear that creators cannot disclose the identity of their funder, the 1630 fund. And actually, after I started reporting my article as well, creators were told that they were not allowed to speak to me, they were not allowed to speak to the press, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know what to tell these people other than you were not open and transparent about the fact that you were receiving money from a dark money fund, or that you were part of a scheme, a program run by this dark money group. And I think that is the problem here. Dark money in politics is a huge problem. It's been a significant problem on the right for years, and I've covered that as well. But as somebody else put it online, Democrats also using sort of dark money, shady tactics that are described in our story as unethical, that doesn't help the problem. That's like fighting fire with more fire, like pouring fire onto the fire. It doesn't bring transparency to our political system. It doesn't engender trust in independent media.
I'm gonna keep it a $1.50. If the Democrats were actively pushing back against the Trump administration, actively pushing back against what's going on in Gaza, and they were funding initiatives, maybe not through dark money, and the people that were getting funded were disclosing it, like, I wouldn't have as much as a problem with this. Okay, maybe that puts me in a biased predicament or whatever. I still think you should disclose when you are getting paid, right, by any number of different like political organizations, especially if you want to remain a political commentator that is like earnest and honest and explaining to their audience that like these are the places that are funding me, right? Transparency is a huge part of this process. This is the whole point of independent media. We're supposed to be like different. We're supposed to be different than fucking MSNBC and CNN and shit. Yeah. I guess like some people were trying to say I was also a part of this group or something, which is really funny. I can confirm that Hassan the Hun was not approached for this program. I didn't see Austin on the list either. The 90 influencers involved appear to be primarily centrist pro-DNC Dems who have not spoken about Palestine / are pro-Israel.
And also, I'll just clear up something else, is that these people have accused me of taking dark money. Nothing could be. I've never taken money from any sort of dark money group, ever. I'm on a Omidyar Network Reporters in Residence program right now. Omidyar Network is not a dark money group. What are you talking about? This is a reporting fund that is not dark money because there's a level of transparency to it. And whereas these dark money groups are not subject to the same levels of transparency. So it's very sad to see these influencers lashing out. But as they say, a hit dog hollers or whatever. Clearly they feel put on blast. But let's be honest here and let's all work towards
Weird. Omidyar Fund 1630. That's the least surprising thing I've ever heard. Pierre Omidyar is the reason why the Intercept existed initially, for the record. He's an interesting dude. He is like, you know, I don't always find myself agreeing with a lot of his initiatives, a lot of his opinions, but he is one of those guys that's been like weird in terms of like being invested in having investigative reporting take place. If they aren't being told what to say, then all those people noted in the article should just say Israel bad. What do you see these shit Dem party defenders doing? More their audiences turn on them? I think they're just like actively going to try. I think they are going to actively try to defend that their you know, honest intentions. They're going to say like, no, we didn't do this because of money. We did it. They just gave us money for free and you're stupid.
And so I'm aware of that.
Because remember, a lot of this stuff is just like parasocial.
But it doesn't matter because I want to make sure my audience hears from me about this. Now, the most important thing to say is that the idea behind this group is exactly what I've been advocating for years. It's for years I've been saying.
I mean, I will say it's not very surprising to me, at least, that like there are a lot of left content creators on the independent media side, some of which are very popular, myself included, Chapo Trap House, Majority Report. And I don't think these guys went to them at all. One must ask the question, why? Why is it? You know? Perhaps it's because if you have a truly anti-establishment opinion, it's not just like marketing, then it's not likely that you are going to have billionaires that fund you through dark money groups so that you can actively demand that they no longer be billionaires. This is not happening.
Left needs to organize independent media in the way that the right has been doing. The left needs to fund independent creators the way that the right does. The right has won even arguably presidential elections.
Yeah, I think they're also saying, yeah, this is the argument. This is the meta. Well, the Republicans do this too, and if we got to fight fire with fire, this is how we got to do it. It's like you're just making an argument to get money from the Democratic Party. That's crazy. This is organizer memes. Outside groups paying influence isn't bad, by the way. It's how we catch up to the right. The issue at hand is how we build the stuff. I said we don't have a vertically integrated media landscape. The independent left is seen as spoilers / antagonistic to Dem goals. Establishment is now playing catch up to build lib content creators. We don't want blue Charlie Kirks. We want the party to fight to improve our lives. Hi, Hassan. It's nice seeing you at the DSA. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I don't want blue Charlie Kirks, but I do want a rich left media ecosystem, and that does involve paying creators. It was a different conversation. I covered DSA out of pocket. Many creators couldn't. The Dems will have to fix themselves or flame out regardless. Zoran shows how when we have good candidates, we don't have to spend as much on influencers, but it still needs plenty of investment. You yourself benefited from the infrastructure of TYT. The how is everything. Yeah, we're going to TYT really translate to major viewership, which is why he spent the first year on Twitch with sub 500 average viewers, with the first 6 months being sub 50. He developed skills and connections there. He had a stable income there. These aren't stains on his character. It's conditions that impact who is able to spend time building a project that, especially for streaming, has a real cost of barrier to entry. Yeah, I mean, I was making like 20 grand a year. So, and by the end of my career at the TYT, I was making like what, almost 60 grand a year. Yeah, this is the major problem. Okay, you're right. When you say 0 people come to this conclusion naturally, okay, this is the issue. If the people that are getting paid by the Dems are saying shit like, Elisa Slotkin is becoming one of my favorite Democrats, like you are just taking money from the Dems to spit back. You're taking money from the from the Democratic Party to spit back these kinds of takes for absolutely no one. You know what I mean? For no one. And maybe you're doing this so you can inevitably down the line get invited to the White House, or you're doing this because maybe down the line you might get a bag from the Democrat groups like the one that we're talking about. But whether this is paid for or, a Noam Chomsky style like personal filter that you're applying, it doesn't change the dynamic that it's just like an idiotic message to put out there, because this is just like objectively untrue. Elisa Slotkin is not a good Democrat at all. She sucks. And so many people can see it. So you just constantly saying that is not going to actually convert people. It's just going to make the people that like Elisa Slotkin in the Democrat establishment go, see, that's a good one right there. That's a good Gen Z. I think that account was trying to say that it's not a problem for people to make money externally from content creation. The problem is that they are made to say or not say in the disclosure, but we shouldn't reject all funding as a concept. I personally don't do it. I think it's not good. And I've literally worked with PACs, like not PACs, but I've worked with like organizations, right? I have worked with advocacy organizations, and in the process, they like have a marketing budget and they want to pay me, and I say no. But it's like, the reason why I say no is because Ferdinand Slip, yeah, shut up. The reason why I say no to it is because, well, one, I don't need it because the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Yes, bought. I'm bought by my viewers. But it's like, but I'm not going to, like the immigration one with Rashida, exactly. I've talked about this already, right? At the time, I even disclosed it, right? And the reason why I don't feel the need to do it is because I don't need it, and I want to help these organizations already, right? But if there is a content creator who's like much smaller, for example, and they need this to build out an infrastructure for themselves, and like that's fine as long as they disclose it, it's all right. But once again, not only should you disclose it, you should be open and honest about like where you align with this advocacy organization. Okay, but more importantly, you should also fucking, you know, you should also be speaking out about issues that you care about. It's not good for building out a robust audience for yourself anyway if you just come across like a different version of Anderson Cooper, right? Like you can't be Wolf Blitzer but young. There's a limit to the organic audience you can develop anyway. I'm saying this as a content creator. But you are in a comfy position with the option to reject the money, though. I mean, I've been approached by groups like this when I was much smaller. I still said no, for the record. And not only that, but I'm not even disparaging people that would take money like this. It's just important to disclose it and important to explain like what the limitations are. Yeah. United We Dream Action tried paying you for their marketing and you openly declined it. Yes. What boggles my mind is that these incredibly young influencers and David Pakman expended all their authenticity capital they had for a bag while handcuffing themselves to the sinking ship that is the Dem Party with no recognition that they were doing nothing to actually improve the Dem Party and its platform. Yeah. What is this? No motion. Democrats paid $8,000 a month for this. The girlies are making edits of Gavin Newsom to Lana Del Rey music on TikTok. It's over. He's now the king of America. I don't make the rules. Wildest part about this Dem paid influencer story is how little they have to show for it. Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries. Breaking news interview with leader Hakeem Jeffries by this activist. 164 views. It's crazy. They're literally just like paying for loyalty with the hopes that eventually they'll be able to have an impact, like a lasting impact on the minds of an audience that they will develop here. This was Olivia's old profile. Communism bad. Hope this helps. When you say abolish capitalism, what do you mean? Abolish ICE, Black Lives Matter, free Palestine, abolish capitalism, liberate the oppressed. Anyway, yeah, that's when she was part of Gen Z for Change and cool. I know. Some people start off and their ambition gets in the way. They're on the right side of politics. They do their advocacy with what they believe in. They advocate for things that they believe in. They want to make change in the world. They want to be a positive force. And then ambition gets in the way. And then all of a sudden, they're no longer as invested in being a positive force in the world. Okay? Eddington actually had a good take on this as well.
Because they're organized with regard to online and independent media. They're killing us. We've been so behind. And this kind of support for creators is exactly what I've been advocating for. Now, the article is riddled with inaccuracies, and they're not.
It blows my mind, by the way, that like Democrats could just, be pro Medicare for all and be for public housing, be for free college, and take a serious anti-war stance. And they would literally, for free, by just changing this attitude and changing this communications problem, for free, they would win back a lot of these fucking voters that don't want to vote for them because they don't believe in them. And yet, instead, they spend $20 million trying to find the next Joe Rogan of the left or whatever, and then they spend another fucking shit ton of money through these billionaire-funded shadow groups to get a legion of liberal content creators to also churn out the same shit that they're saying with no real tangible evidence of success. How come he doesn't get his thesis was incorrect? Yeah. As we speak, progressives are tuning out due to understandable despondency over the last night's results. I won't speak about others, but I've lost 10,000 YouTube subscribers overnight. When the right loses, they fund operations like Turning Point, invest in media, etc. If we abandon now, we see total control to these lunatics. Not a good idea. Yeah, the reason why that happened was because this was a false reality that was presented, and the audience felt like they were lied to. Like, there are definitely a lot of people who just check out when they're like, well, you know, the election didn't go the way I wanted it to, and I just don't want to fucking tune into it. Certainly. That's like a thing that happens. Obviously, I mean, it didn't happen to me, but part of the reason for why it didn't happen is because, like, win or lose, like, I have a consistent principled stance on a lot of these fucking issues that I advocate for. So people are not coming in here because, like, the Democrats want to win or the Republicans are going to win. They're coming in here to learn about what the fuck's going on in the world and get a better understanding of what might happen next. What is this? Yeah, $1 million plus raised, 2,500 plus volunteers, 7 million plus organic social impressions at capacity events across rural Maine. No super PAC, no billionaire or DC support. If this isn't a movement that can defeat Susan Collins and deliver change to Washington, I don't know what is. Yeah, Graham Plattner is next up. Omar Fateh, hopefully, as well. Once again, I will say, with respect to Taylor, there are a lot of people who don't like Taylor for her different opinions on you know, a multitude of different issues, or the way she gets into she gets into fights. Sometimes it's like totally fucking worthwhile, for the record, but it does not matter. Her work speaks for itself. I've always said this, okay? She's a great reporter, if not one of the best culture reporters out there. 100%. Also, sometimes good journalism requires you to be a little crazy, all right? Just remember that. Some of the best are just a little out there at times, okay? You got to look at her work, and her work speaks for itself. That's it. So I don't want to hear no fucking hater talking here. What's crazy about Taylor, she is one of the most persistent, one of the most tenacious investigative reporters on internet culture shit I've ever seen. Okay, she is a mad lad, straight up, and you need that. Anyway, have you had her on? Yeah. All right. We're gonna move on from this convo, this back and forth. I guess. Yeah. Taylor's response has been, you know, point to where you've disclosed your funding, if at all. Speaking of haters, our boy's a star. What is this? Oh yeah, no, he's killing it. It makes me very happy to see. Hollywood Halkias, baby. He's already forgotten about us, dude. Forgotten about the little guys. You know how it is. These guys, they go Hollywood and they change it up, okay? They switch up on you. They forget about you, you know? It is what it is. Typical of a Greek, by the way. Classic. I expected this backstab, you know? Typical Greek behavior. Anyway, let's do the TAFs. Let's do the TAFs video. I know a lot of you have been waiting for this, and I'm going to put the Adam Friedland in the bag, and then we're going to move on to the shooter and so many other things that I will cover. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, Adam Friedland, friend of the show, Adam Friedland, formerly of Cumtown fame, interviewed one of my biggest ops in Congress, Ritchie Torres, who is a congressperson from a representative of the poorest district in the nation.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up.
And we watched the first 23 minutes of this interview, and actually, it It starts with some basic back and forth, but it's like relatively not as interesting as like the meat of the conversation because it quickly falls apart apparently. Okay, when the conversation turns to Israel.
Without heat and hot water, molded conditions, leaking conditions, like these conditions, the living conditions of public housing have become a humanitarian crisis.
And
I think if NYCHA were a city unto itself, it would be the largest city of low-income Black and Brown Americans in the United States, and it's the forgotten city of New York.
in representing the poorest district in America, one of the smallest districts too, right?
The most contiguous and compact district, yeah. And it was even more so before redistricting.
And you have a third of your district lives under the poverty line. Is that correct?
It's the lowest income district. About a third of the district is enrolled in SNAP. 70% is enrolled in Medicaid.
About a third are born in other countries. Is that correct?
Significant immigrant population, yeah.
What is the mandate that you have in DC representing those people?
It's to make government work for the Bronx, to protect critical programs like Medicaid, SNAP, Medicare, Social Security.
Is that what you carry with you when you're in Congress?
We got a hype train, Ham and Fist. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Is that what you consider when you're like in a committee hearing or something?
Everything should be centered around the Bronx.
Yeah.
And for me, the Bronx is not only where I live, it's who I am.
Yeah.
I tell my constituents, even when I leave the Bronx for Washington, D.C., the Bronx never leaves me. The most important lesson my mother taught me is never forget where you came from. And I'm from the Bronx. And I've lived in the Bronx my whole life, and I probably will die in the Bronx.
Guys, DraftKings Casino has your place.
Oh my God!
Something interesting that's happened in the Bronx is in the last general election, from what I understand, there was the largest swing towards the Republican Party.
One of the largest. In 2012.
Yeah.
Wait, let me see how many views this has in one day. Okay, 244,000, not bad. It's going viral all over Twitter too.
Barack Obama won 96% of the vote in New York 15 in the Bronx.
Yeah.
Flash forward to the 2024 election, there's a more than 22-point swing toward Donald Trump.
Why is the Democratic Party losing the most vulnerable people in America then? What do you attribute that to?
Well, the Democratic Party is hemorrhaging support among working class people of color throughout the country.
Why is that?
Occam's razor holds the simplest explanation is almost always the best. The simple explanation is inflation and immigration.
Yeah.
We had the highest inflation in more than 4 decades. So if you're paying double or triple the cost for groceries and gasoline, you're going to lash out at those in power, at the establishment.
You say that the incumbency is just bound to lose that election, Biden.
If the incumbency is perceived as failing, yes.
Was there a way to win that election against Trump if inflation is so bad? Is it impossible?
It's crazy, bro. I mean, the fucking, ugh. Oh my God. I hate this shit. Like, notice how even outside of being an AIPAC stooge, guy from like the poorest district, guy who represents the poorest district in the country is like, the immigrants are really fucking us up. It's just like, there's an affordability crisis, but also immigrants. It's like, why? What are you saying? On top of that, he's also obviously a paid attack dog for Israel.
To win that election.
The odds were stacked against us because of inflation and the mismanagement of the migrant crisis. But, if we had the benefit of a full primary process and if we had a stronger general election candidate, maybe we could have won. But I don't know for sure. But Donald Trump is a fatally flawed candidate, so maybe we could have won.
You're a member of the least popular Congress probably of our lifetime?
I think we are.
Probably.
We're less popular than colonoscopies.
It sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, does it suck? Does it suck to be the least?
I think there was polling that said we're more popular than cockroaches.
Goddamn, Xylax the 200 bones. Holy moly. Hype train level 4 chief. Holy moly.
And more popular, barely more popular than Ebola.
You guys are losing Hamas for sure.
Yeah, well.
You guys are getting crushed by
Hamas might be more popular on college campuses than Congress.
Oh, okay. Okay, but anyway. But I looked at a Gallup poll the other day. Dude, I was actually started laughing. You just have to laugh at this. You guys are 23 right now. That's not bad.
Higher than I thought.
That's high.
Yeah.
You guys, what is this? Oh my God, May 2024, 13?
It means we have room for growth.
13.
Yeah.
But that's you and the Republicans. 13.
Yeah, the institution at large.
13 is you poop your pants in front of the whole school.
Yeah.
February 2024, 12%.
Yeah, so it sounds like
What was happening that month?
If Congress were if Congress were a woman, you probably wouldn't go on a date with her. Is that?
Why?
She's unpopular. I don't know.
No, what she could be like beautiful. You know, like what do you mean?
No, you seem to hate Congress. So
I'm saying everyone does,
okay.
right? I'm looking at the Gallup poll.
Are you
of
part
America.
of the 13% that approves, or?
I think that we have to recognize the runway a little bit and what got us here, maybe.
Yeah, I
you
agree.
know.
Yeah, what could it be? Maybe Ritchie Torres, who got 1.497 mil from AIPAC, looks like a goddamn husk in a suit. Okay, the civics favorability tracker is nearly broken for the Democratic Party. Perhaps it's because these guys don't come across as earnest. They don't come across like they believe in anything but maintaining their grip on power, their marginal grip on power, as they can just farm out fucking funds from lobbyists, as they can like network with high profile individuals and develop a career for themselves. But it's also true they are doing that, for the record. They have no investment in defending their constituents at all. So of course people fucking hate. Of course people hate them.
Seeing the Marine Corps entering the second largest city in America and seeing the most vulnerable people in society just taken away from their children and kidnapped. And there are facilities in our country right now surrounded by alligators and stuff. There are facilities where there are cages with human beings in them who have not been afforded any due process. And the sad thing is that you guys are you're polling behind Donald Trump right now, and
that's not true.
The Democratic Party has lower approval ratings than Donald Trump.
I think the story is more complicated there.
What is that?
Yeah, so the latest polling from CNN shows that the most important issue to Americans is inflation, the cost of living. And on the most important issue, Donald Trump is 25 points underwater. And since the November election, there's been a 34-point swing against him, and that we as Democrats are more trusted on inflation than he is. That's a huge swing.
Why are you guys not killing him right now? That is a cherry pick. Come on.
Inflation is the most important issue.
Brother. By the way, not a single one of those swings is due to the Democrats pushing good messages on this part, okay, or actively fighting. It's because people are like, well, my financial circumstances didn't change. Shit's still unaffordable. That's why they swung. Even on immigration. On immigration, Donald Trump is underwater, okay? On immigration, Donald Trump is fucking underwater. One must ask the question, why? It's not like the Democrats, including Ritchie Torres himself, in this fucking conversation is presenting a counter message.
I hope it's a
not.
good part.
And Donald Trump is doing what he promised he was going to do: mass deportations, concentration camps, black bagging people. So what happened? Maybe because once Trump's anti-black, anti-brown, white nativist, anti-immigrant agenda unfolded in the militant ways that it was always going to be, people started realizing that this was cruel, unusual, and completely unnecessary, and started developing enmity towards it. It was not because the Democrats did anything about it. They still aren't doing shit about it.
One thing that is understood is that you're in the House of Representatives and you have to run every 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, how long do you have to wait till you just start running for the next one after you win an election?
I mean, you start immediately.
Yeah.
It's like you're in a constant state of campaigning.
Is campaigning and going to fundraisers, doing all this stuff, is that a distraction from the work that you have to do?
It can, but I feel like if you're effective at governing, then it improves your ability to get reelected. So if you're a good congressman, you're going to be popular in your district, and you're going to be well positioned to be reelected.
Does it suck that you have to fundraise, right?
It sucks. Fundraising sucks.
Yeah. And because it's Citizens United,
it's nauseating to ask people for money. Yeah.
Do you feel like it's eroded people's faith in the institution, right?
I feel like too much money is too much time to spend on fundraising, especially if you're a frontline member who has a fiercely contested general election every 2 years where tens of millions of dollars are spent. You could be spending more than half your time every week
at a banquet.
No, or just call time, just dialing for dollars.
You were criticized, I saw, for Blackstone donation, right? And it's understood that they are the architects of the housing crisis, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean you receive contributions from thousands of people.
Yeah.
Who are employees from all over the place.
You can send it back and say fuck off.
Yeah, I'm not.
So they're giving you a check just because?
I decide issues on the merits. I don't know what others do, but I decide issues on the merits.
So it's a just cause check?
Just because.
They're just giving you money just because they think you're nice?
I'm pretty sure that even there are lefty candidates who have gotten money from people who are employed. Yeah, rank and file employees, sure.
I figure like you could maybe if you're like this guy's.
You do know that
this guy's making my constituents' lives worse. You could be like, fuck you, I don't want it. I'm in a safe blue district, right?
People should judge me by my record, by the legislation I pass.
Yeah.
I work 7 days a week. I'm visible in my district. I'm on the ground. I'm happy to. If you ever want to take tours of my district, I'm happy to walk you through my district. So.
Yeah, I'd like to. I've been to the zoo in Yankee City.
Right. Well, not the actual projects, not the amenities, not the institutions.
Yeah.
I can give you a sense of racially concentrated poverty in a place like the Bronx.
So that's what my question is like.
Where do you live? Which borough?
I live in Brooklyn.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's my question. Like,
so
right?
you might be divorced from the experience of racially concentrated poverty.
But what does that have to do with taking money from blacks? Like, I just feel like that's a deflection.
Well, I think
and I don't want to I don't want to cut like an argument right now. I don't want to argue with you.
If you want to question my ability to represent my district, I'm happy to show you what I do. I'm happy to bring you to my district.
What I'm calling into
and introduce
question
you to my constituents.
What I'm calling into question is the institution, right? I'm calling into question the system, and you're functioning within a system, right?
I've received contributions from tens of thousands of people. I can't keep track of every person. I'm not responsible for every person.
You forgot?
I'm only responsible for what I do.
Okay. So
I mean, you can play the guy.
By the way, I don't think his district fucks with them at all, or even know who he is. They just vote for the Democrat. That's it. Okay, that's it. That's how he's won
the game, but that's not.
I'm not trying to play the national game. I think you're used to like Anderson Cooper 360, and I'm a guy. I'm from Come Town Podcast.
I'm not. I'm happy to answer whatever question you have.
Yeah, whatever. Here's a question for you. I think you've established.
Sorry, I just logged on, but while I see 100% the importance of Friedland challenging Torres on the scale, I do find it frustrating that 2 years into the genocide, we're still centering Jewish feelings. We have a lot. Bro, Adam is Jewish, okay? That's it. He's Jewish, and he's anti-Israel, and he's been anti-Israel for years, okay? I understand why people get mad about this centering Jewish feelings conversation, because there is truth to it. I'm Muslim, okay? I center Palestinians in my commentary. Of course I do, because that is the primary victims here. The problem, however, is that if you are making an argument that is going to be as broad-reaching as possible, it's kind of OP to have a Jewish dude say these things, okay, and show vulnerability in the process. Because, unfortunately, Americans want to hear it from Jews, and they want to hear it from white people, okay? Just like when I talk about transphobia and how fucking stupid transphobia is, Americans and transphobic people in the margins, they want to hear it from a cis person. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's the whole point. It is what it is. Okay? I know when I talk about racism, when I talk about anti-blackness being a core part of American identity, a lot of the people that need to hear that are already automatically not listening to a black person saying it. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is because my Muslim background in this process unironically actually cooks me and causes a lot of people to automatically go, nah, he's biased because he's Muslim. Muslims are automatically anti-Semitic. That's why he's anti-Israel. He's a terrorist. He's a terrorist. He's a terrorist. Calling a white guy a terrorist in the same way, calling a white Christian guy or calling a white Jewish guy a terrorist or an anti-Semite in the same way doesn't have that same impact. That's it. This shouldn't be the only thing that matters, of course. Okay? this shouldn't be the only thing that matters in the discourse, but it moves the needle in the appropriate direction, I think. All right? That's it. And there are points in this conversation, or at least the one part that I saw, because I didn't want to spoil it for myself, but there was one part where, like, the most impactful part, he actually does literally talk about it, where he was just like, I shouldn't care about, like, being Jewish. Like, it shouldn't be about me being Jewish. Like, he even mentions that. So I think a lot of people don't understand it. Being a Jew from New York is the same as being a white guy from the States. It's just privilege disguised as people of color. No, for sure. For sure. Yes. Yes. And with respect to Judaism in America and Jews speaking out on this, okay, it's important. It's important to have Jewish people speak out on this and be active voices. Why is it important? Why do I criticize Bernie Sanders so much? Even though he has pushed the needle consistently on this issue for many, many years, he has fallen short of what is necessary right now. Because he is a prominent Jewish politician and a socialist politician, one that should be leading the charge right now, because that cuts away at so many of these fucking arguments that these people cynically fucking push, okay? For many of these guys, they cynically go, oh, you're anti-Semitic. You must be anti-Semitic, okay? You want to kill all Jews. They don't even care. They will say it. They'll say it to a Jewish guy. They don't give a fuck. But the audience that's watching that is infinitely more receptive when a Christian Zionist is telling a Jewish anti-Zionist that they're fucking wrong. That, like, they are the voice that will defend Jews. They are the voice that is going to protect Jews, and they are the voice that knows how Jews feel, you know? And no, I'm not going to ban that chatter. That chatter is not a possible Nazi. This is the ongoing discourse right now on the other side. A lot of Palestinians that and a lot of commentators who I admire, who I respect, are frustrated by this. This is something that is ongoing. This is a back and forth part of the discourse. I mean, it happened with, like, BLM too. It happened with BLM too. My point always is just keep pushing, you know, as long as someone is on the right side, as long as someone is, like, actively using whatever finite opportunities they have to keep moving the needle in the positive direction, then that's good. I'll take it.
Establish yourself as the fiercest champion of the state of Israel in Congress.
I've never described myself in those terms.
I'm
pro-Israel, but those are terms.
Well, I think maybe you've been dubbed that.
Yes.
Okay. Listen, like, I'm a Jewish person. Like, I have my own opinions on this. You have your own opinions. And this is a really frustrating conversation to see people have on the internet. I don't get an opportunity to talk to someone that's making...
You know how I always tell you, like, if you got bro friends that work out, then use the podcasts that I've been on, like the bro adjacent podcasts that I've been on, to convince them. Okay. Whether it be like Bradley Martin, or whether it be my appearance on Theo Vaughn. But then if you have, like, finance bro friends, you can use the Iced Coffee Hour podcast that I've been on to show them a different side of me, one that will open up more charitability. Your parents can look at the NPR interview that I did, right? There's a reason for that, because there's a different audience, okay? And a different audience requires a different mode of communication. You can't always just assume that people are going to be charitable to you. You can't assume that people don't have fucking personal hangups that cause them to completely sidestep your perspective. It requires deeper learning and understanding, and sometimes, in order to open that door for people to even go on their own journey of, and I can't believe I'm saying this, recognizing the humanity of Palestinians that are being fucking wholesale slaughtered with American weapons by the state of Israel, will start here. That's why while I of course primarily feature Palestinians living in Gaza and living in the West Bank in my coverage, and the atrocities that take place from their perspective, I also obviously will have guests from all different kinds of backgrounds to talk about numerous different angles, to talk about numerous different journeys that they've had. Okay? Anti-Zionist Jews like Noah Colwyn or Simone Zimmerman, even anti-Zionist Jews living in Israel that are members of the Knesset, like Dr. Ofer Kasif. Anti-Zionist Jews that are part of Mezervot, that are conscientious objectors. Like, there's a reason why I tackle this issue from every angle possible, because I know there are different audiences for it. Okay? And even then, no matter what I do, there are a lot of people who will always turn around and say, nah, dog, you're a fucking terrorist. You're a fucking Islamist fundamentalist. You're radical. Okay? There are still a shit ton of people who will not fucking listen to what I have to say because my name is Hassan. Okay? I'm an anti-imperialist and my name is Hassan. So a lot of people just immediately, because of the implicit biases that they have about unchecked Islamophobia that they feel, they go, nah, there's a sinister reason why you're doing this. It's because despite a lifetime of combating anti-Semitism and being openly anti-fascist, there are a lot of ignorant people that will just refuse to listen to what I have to say and assume that I have some other sinister purpose for this. Now, should I just sit around and be like, well, fuck those people? I can. I can sit on a throne of moral infallibility and say, you know, fuck those people. And sometimes I do say that. Okay? Sometimes I do say that because it gets a little overwhelming. However, I also recognize that because this issue is so vast and because this challenge is so impossible to tackle, okay, stopping a flow of weapons to Israel is seemingly this like impossible thing. I recognize that you need those people on your side as well, okay? So I'm glad that people try to do their very best, no matter what their background is, and try to actively change people's minds by showing their own perspective. They're showing their own humanity. Ultimately, the people that are criticizing Adam are also right, though, in terms of like the broader issue, because a big part of the reason why so many people choose not to recognize the humanity of Palestinians is because of anti-Palestinian sentiment that is deeply embedded, and anti-Arab sentiment that is deeply embedded in American discourse, and also Islamophobia that is a permanent fixture of modern American politics. And when you combine that, that triple force, all of a sudden every American starting position is, yeah, they're barbaric rapist monsters. Like, maybe it's just too costly of a genocide for us to engage in, but Israel could just like keep doing whatever the fuck they're doing. I don't give a shit. Like, that's what the average American's position is. So there is a limitation to the centering of Jewish feelings conversation, for sure, because there are more issues that you must tackle in the process. But I think these things take time, and this is a good starting point regardless for a lot of people. Because remember, I always say, the but Hamas argument is so fucking successful in terms of just like shifting the conversation away. And that but Hamas argument only stems from a dehumanization of Palestinians in general, a dehumanization of Muslims in general, because but Hamas would not work if people were like, well, what the fuck are they supposed to do? 80 plus years, 100 plus years of fucking militancy and ethnic cleansing. What are they supposed to do? Of course they're going to take up fucking arms. What do you mean? Right? The fuck?
Decisions and supporting these things that are a huge deal to people right now.
Sure.
Yeah. One thing that I thought was interesting, and I want to start with you, is that you described your first trip to Israel in 2015 as a life-changing experience. And I just wanted to follow the narrative of like you growing up and your struggles and then going into the government. Like, what was that experience like, and what bred that passion for Israel in you?
Well, since I grew up poor my whole life, I never had an opportunity to travel abroad.
Yeah.
So the first time I ever
free trip
went to a foreign country.
So it was life-changing because you went on a trip?
Part of the reason, went abroad for the first time, life-changing. But also, you know, when you experience the complexity of Israel, you go to the old city.
What did you see? Like, what did you witness? Like,
well, go to the old city.
Yeah. I've been there.
Yad Vashem, which is the Holocaust Museum.
Yeah.
Go to the Masada. where Jews committed mass suicide to escape enslavement.
Of course, I've hiked up Masada.
The Gaza envelope.
Yeah.
Went to Sderot, spoke to the local mayor who said that.
You went to Gaza?
I did not go to Gaza, no.
What did you say, Gaza envelope?
No, Gaza envelope, which is right on the border with, it's Israel, but it's right at the border with Gaza. So.
It's right next to the fence.
Yeah, it's in the proximity to.
What's at the Gaza envelope?
Like
I've never heard that term before.
Sderot.
Yeah, with the rockets.
Yeah.
Going in. Yeah.
Yeah.
How far is Sderot from
How
Gaza?
the fuck have you never heard? Bro, Adam's been to Israel. I can't believe he's never heard the Gaza envelope.
It's like a mile or something.
Yeah, within a mile.
Yeah. It's right next to it.
Yeah, striking proximity.
Tough.
Yeah.
That's where all the kibbutzim are too. The Gaza envelope. That's where like the primary October 7 conflict took place.
The whole thing. Yeah.
I mean, that's why Hamas was able to so easily penetrate on October 7th.
By getting over the fence.
Yeah, and it's so close.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just want to know because it seems like it was powerful, and it seems like it's informed your record, and I that's what's interesting to me. It's like your story and how you got here, and like I think it's narratively what fascinates me.
Maybe one day you'll give me a chance to tell it. So.
Why are you annoyed by this question?
I'm kidding. So I spoke to the local mayor of Sderot.
Yeah.
And he said to me that the majority of his children struggle with post-traumatic stress because families like his live under the threat of relentless rocket fire. And I remember seeing these bus stops doubling as bomb shelters. You know, I come from the Bronx where people live in fear of bullets and guns, but we in America do not worry about Canada and Mexico firing rockets into American homes and communities. We're a country of 330 million people. We're surrounded by oceans, and Israel's a tiny democracy the size of New Jersey. That's literally.
Oh my God! It is the fucking APAC. It's the APAC triple double, bro. He hit the fucking high notes, dude. That's crazy. Israel, small nation. Imagine what it would be like if we worried about Canada and Mexico blowing us up. God damn. Small bean Israel, dude.
Surrounded by both state and non-state actors that are intent on wiping it off the map. So, I left Israel with an empathy for the unique security situation that Israel faces.
This is all, oh my God, he's such a bot. He's such a fucking bot. He's such a bot. Like what he's saying right now is basically like a NPC. He's doing a readout of talking points. Nothing behind. First of all, everything he's saying is obviously false. We've already covered it extensively, so I'm not going to fucking get into that again. Israel is a nuclear armed nation that is a military occupation over 5 million Palestinians that it directly occupies militarily. It has nukes. It has an incredibly large military. And it gets all of his fucking military gear from the United States of America and other Western allies as well. And they get social and political cover as well. Israel is not a small nation at all. In comparison to the vast belligerency that Israel demonstrates in the region against all of its neighbors, which many of which, out of an act of understandable, moral, and justifiable self-defense, have actually created non-state actors to fight back against Israeli incursion. Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas is obviously the last version of that kind of resistance. Militant resistance against the Israeli occupation after 100 years of fucking death, destruction, ethnic cleansing, and complete sovereignty and complete domination over the Palestinian population. And of course, other countries in the region, state actors in the region like Iran, are understandably perturbed by Israel's irrational and belligerent behavior as it constantly expands in the most violent means possible, including annexing territory from Syria that was legally recognized by the Trump administration, the Golan Heights. That was illegal. That was an illegal annexation. Parts of that territory also belonged to Lebanon. Israel also took it over. Okay? And now they are further and further taking up more space within Syrian territory as well. All of the destabilization of the region benefits Israel and oftentimes is directly led by Israel. The notion that Israel itself is actually a small nation that just everybody hates because, it's not doing anything. It's just like living there because they're jealous is fucking ridiculous. Fuck Ritchie Torres.
You visit the occupied territories while you were there?
I went into not Gaza, but I went into the Palestinian Ramallah. So.
He recognizes that Gaza is occupied territory. Interesting.
Ramallah.
Yeah.
And what did you see when you were there?
We spoke to Palestinians who obviously have a much more critical view of Israel, and
that didn't resonate as much as like what was your takeaway from hearing?
Look,
you're hearing the mayor of Sderot, his children have PTSD, and then this guy's like. Israel's screwing with me.
Well, look, I'm in favor of a two-state solution.
Sure.
I feel like the just outcome lies not in the existence of a Jewish state to the exclusion of a Palestinian state, or the existence of a Palestinian state to the exclusion of a Jewish state. It's the coexistence of both.
Bullshit.
So I think I want to see the struggle, both the Israeli and the Palestinian struggle for self-determination to be reconciled in the form of a two-state solution.
A big topic nowadays is campus anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
You've spoken out.
That's bullshit, by the way. That's fucking bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. Now, again, two-state solution is what's going on right now, okay? Whenever someone presents the two-state solution to you, understand that they actually have no real interest in offering sovereignty and dignity to the Palestinians, okay? They are not invested in the Palestinian emancipatory movement whatsoever. They do not see Palestinians as human beings. They are perfectly fine with avoiding talking about this issue altogether. It's just a way for you to shut the fuck up. Oh, what do you want? What do you want from me? I already said two-state solution. Come on. Everybody knows that Israel is one, never been invested in a two-state solution, and also never will be invested in a two-state solution, especially after the genocide that's unfolding in Gaza. The two-state solution is simply a way to shut the Western nations and their populations the fuck up while Israel continues its territorial expansion in the West Bank, which is illegally occupied by the Israeli state right now. Okay? Throughout this two-state solution in the so-called peace process, since the 90s, Israel has created an environment where there's Bantustans in the legally recognized official homeland of the Palestinians that were offered after 1967 that extend far beyond the Green Line, a non-contiguous Palestinian state that it does not reflect the state at all, has no real standing military whatsoever. Israel is actively killing all the fucking standing military officials, standing military members. Any sort of like real resistance, legal resistance against the Israeli occupation is met with unimaginable force, death, destruction, torture, and also a unjustifiable military detainment regime. It's complete fucking bullshit, okay?
Against it. I just want to know what you identify as the examples of this type of anti-Semitism in elite academic institutions.
Yeah, so there were students at a CUNY Halal.
Yeah.
Where you had a violent, what I thought was an aggressive mob following them to a kosher restaurant in the heart of New York City. And
what were they doing, the mob? What was the mob doing?
Just following them, and then barricaded the restaurant, and
they were like chanting?
hurled insults at the patrons and slamming the windows. You know, much of it is captured in video footage.
Yeah.
And, you know, harassing people simply for being pro-Israel Jews, to me, is wrong.
Is there any other examples? Like, there's a restaurant. I mean, it's just like all we're hearing about is campus anti-Semitism, I mean, radical. Like, is there a link between Hamas and the protests? Like,
they're walking menacingly. They were walking violently. Walking while Muslim, I guess, or walking while Muslim adjacent.
Is that established?
Well, there are students who have faced harassment and intimidation because of their beliefs. There are students who feel inhibited from expressing their Jewish or Zionist identity because of the atmosphere of intimidation or harassment on college campuses. You should speak to this.
How have they?
Are you denying that there's any campus anti-Semitism? Or?
I'll give you an example. I know a younger person that went to UCLA and was attacked and is Jewish and was with a group of Jewish people at a protest, and they were attacked by the Proud Boys.
Okay, that's an anti-Semitic incident.
No, but the Proud Boys were there for Israel. And those are the guys that did Charlottesville.
The Proud Boys are there for Israel?
Yeah.
I think of the Proud Boys as like white nationalists and white supremacists.
I'm telling you right now.
Who are anti-Israel, but okay.
Listen,
Yeah, dumb fuck. That is what's going on. I wonder why so many fucking American fascist movements are super invested in defending Israel, including Donald Trump. How did that happen? Oh my God. Oh God, these guys are such fucking dildos, man. They just have to live in this complete fucking hug box. They live in nonsense world, okay? It's just like the grossest woke liberal gaslighting at the behest of a fascist movement, at the behest of a Nazi state. I hate these motherfuckers so much.
I'm like a comedian, right? Like, I hate when comedians, especially on the internet, like speak from a position of authority with like about crap that they don't know about. You know, this is one topic I feel like
the purest distillation of difference between being pro-Israel and being Jewish came to me when my mom told me to boycott a local coffee shop because a pro-Israel guy went there, whipped out his phone to film a barista who was wearing a pro-Palestine hoodie. He got mad, got kicked out. Then it made the rounds on pro-Israel social media. Then I told my mom I go to that place on a weekly basis and never felt unsafe. It's also, I'm sorry, there is no clear indication that Israel is a totally separate thing as opposed to like American Jews broadly, than the cultural output that Israel has. Okay. It's so fucking clear. It's so stupid. I mean, I talk to Felix about this shit all the goddamn time. And it's really funny because like, he'll always be like, listen, and Adam says this too as well. I don't know if he brings this up in the interview, but it's like, there's this culture around like being a Jew in America. Right. And they always say like, we're not supposed to be like hogs. You know what I mean? That's not what being an American Jew is about. Like, you're not there. The people in Israel are closer in culture and closer in attitude to like a fucking white nationalist Christian hog in the United States of America than any of these like effete liberal Jews living in New York. Like, that's just, it's so, there's just, even on a vibes-based attitude, it just doesn't make sense. And none of it makes sense. Like, look at the fucking settlers. Not even the settlers, like, just like the attitude and the arrogance and the militancy. There are a million different ways to approach the subject. I'm just using a more humorous, vibes-based focus here. But, like, it's just clear. I don't know. I think, like, maybe there are a lot of, I mean, it's just like a perfect closed circuit of propaganda that starts off with the horrifying things that have happened to Jews around the world, right? The real historic pain, the real thousands of years of pogroms and fucking the Holocaust. And then after that, it'll never happen again because we have Israel, because we are fucking militant. We'll never let it happen to us again. That's why we have to kill everybody all the time. And we have to be this like muscular, militant, macho fucking country. My question always is, and I know people like this who like still fucking try and defend Israel, right? It's like, well, why don't you live there? You could live there. You don't want to live there, motherfucker, because you're American. You're an American Jew. You're not Israeli, okay? You don't want to live there, but you still want to defend it somehow because it's like important to your fucking identity. I get it. Like, you grew up with this shit, but clearly if you really cared about it, it's a fucking ethno state. You would live there. You don't want to live there. Why don't you want to live there? Because you're American. You're not Israeli. This is, I mean, it's true. Like, it's not like Israel's like, please don't come. Israel will pay you to come to Israel and live in Israel. Israel wants you to come to Israel so bad that they do free trips to Israel in the form of birthright, which Adam has participated in, as a matter of fact. No, it's not a bad argument. It's not a bad argument at all. Israel wants every Jew to live in Israel. They are not hiding this. This is not a secret. They have an entire fucking program designed to literally get young American Jews to go to Israel and then like fall in love with a fucking IDF soldier so they stay there. What do you think birthright is? That's what birthright is. They're like, please live here. We will give you a girlfriend or a boyfriend, whatever you want. Okay? They have an expansive, robust welfare state, okay? They want everybody to live in Israel. They want all the Jews to live in Israel. It's a fucking ethno state. Of course they do. They need the numbers, and people still don't do it. I wonder why. Imagine. Like, think about that. You're an American Jew. Cost of living is expensive as fuck, okay? You can't pay for health care, and you still choose to live here. I wonder why. Because you're fucking American. You're not Israeli. That's it.
Can speak on, and it
on college campus anti-Semitism.
No, on anti-Semitism and
in general, because you haven't been in college how long? Probably 2 decades, right?
I'm telling you, on my experience of anti-Semitism the last 2 years. But
last time I got in an argument with my mom about the safety of American Jews versus Israeli Jews, I said, okay, you can move there. She said, maybe we will. She's not moving there, man. She lived here her whole life, I assume. Why the fuck would she do that? She's not moving. That's just fake. Because if she wanted to move, she would have moved a long time ago. It's just so ridiculous. And like, I guess like I kind of understand why like older American Jews have this kind of attitude towards Israel, because like they are closer to the Holocaust happening, so there's like more of an emotional impact on that front. But like if you're my age or younger, if you're under the age of like 50 and you have this kind of like weird attitude, it's like, well, you could have lived there a long time ago. You could have just gone there. Israel really wants you to go there, and you still won't. Why? Because you don't want to fucking live there. Because you're not Israeli. You're American, okay? Stop with this fucking bullshit.
Last 2 years have felt different in America. And I don't know if you've been on Twitter recently. Now, a ton of people are questioning the validity of the Holocaust having happened.
Yes.
Can you tell me with a straight face that those are the 18-year-old kids at Columbia that are doing that?
The 18-year-old kids at Columbia?
Are they doing those posts about the Holocaust never having existed? You know who's doing it.
No, we disagree here.
You think that it's the...
So I didn't... You don't put words in my mouth.
It's people on the right. Let me tell you...
You're suggesting that there's... You're suggesting there's no... You're suggesting there's no one on the far left that denies the Holocaust? Or downplays the Holocaust? That's an absurd
What are
statement.
you're doing moot court right now? I'm telling you what it's like to be my experience being Jewish.
Yeah, but there are others who have a different experience.
I'm trying to see. You're why is one better than the other? Why is one more important than the other? I'm trying to share with you. You're in the government. I don't get a chance to talk.
Of course.
I think this part was also really good too, where he basically, I mean, if I'm getting it correctly, he basically saying like, dude, anti-Semitism on college campuses is nothing in comparison to the literal Holocaust currently happening to the Palestinians. No, I didn't pre-watch this part. I only pre-watched the fucking part where he cries.
Okay. I think hatred of Jewish people
I didn't pre-watch this part, dumbass. I can fucking see where he's directing the conversation.
has exploded in this country. And I don't think I think it's because it's of our support of what looks to be an absolute brutality.
My uncle was watching Fox and BB came out. I said, look at this loser. He flipped out and I walked away laughing. We're both Jews. Like defending Benjamin Netanyahu is so fucking funny. Defending Benjamin Netanyahu is extra funny because that's like the one off ramp that pro-Israel people have and they still choose not to take it. It's like, dude, you're unsalvageable.
And I think that...
You think that's a justification for anti-Semitism?
Here's the thing.
You think Israeli government policy is a justification for anti-Semitism? My view is there's no justification for anti-Semitism.
I think that...
There's zero justification for anti-Semitism.
Okay, you're deflecting again.
I'm not deflecting. That's my position.
What does it look like to have a flag with a Jewish star and I'm Jewish? And for kids to be starving right now? Why is my government... I don't want to do this fight. Let's not do like a yelling at each other thing. I really just... For me, I had the experience of...
It just sounds like you're justifying anti-Semitism, which...
Dog, he's Jewish. You're not. Let him get a fucking word out, man. This is why I said it's important. It's important for Jews to just like talk about this kind of shit and be like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? Okay? The more stuff like this happens, the better. Okay? He's just like, he's trying to own him. Okay? He's trying to own Adam. Adam's like, dude, they're slapping Judaism on this fucking genocide. Of course, people are going to make that conflation when people like yourself are making that conflation. That one is a dangerous conflation. If you clearly don't care about anti-Semitism, but if you even want to act like you care about it, you have to recognize this reality. And he just tries to hit that fucking Hasbara tone. Are you justifying anti-Semitism? Why is he trying to own Jews in the marketplace of Israel? It's just so, it's so fucking annoying. It's so fucking stupid. Like, and also, it's just like, how can people not see what this is? Like, this is just, you're literally, like, you are a liberal, okay? You're not supposed to be a conservative. And one of the things that, like, liberals are not supposed to do or are supposed to feel like a little scared to do is, like, speak over the bodies and spaces shit, right? But when it comes to anti-Semitism, if you're pro-Israel, you can do whatever the fuck you want. It's like, you can be anti-Semitic to Jews and you can be like, listen here, Jew, I know what I'm talking about. What the fuck do you know about anti-Semitism? That's literally what fucking Josh Hawley did to a liberal Zionist Jewish guy in Congress, in a congressional hearing. It was mind-boggling. Listen, Jew, a goy is speaking right now is fucking crazy. But it works. It works. There are a lot of institutions that are tasked with like protecting Jews in air quotes, or protecting against anti-Semitism in air quotes, that simply only want to defend the nation state of Israel, that never chirp about this shit at all. What the fuck?
Making me feel
Are you crazy right now?
Okay.
Why would I do that? You're doing the I'm Hamas thing?
I'm not saying
It's
you're
not a
Hamas,
winner.
but I'm not. I think
We'll
there
do
should
a
be
different. We'll do a different tack.
Israeli government policy should have
I
no
think we're-
bearing on. If you have disagreements with the Israeli government, you should voice your criticism of the Israeli government. But they were
But also, if you do, I'm gonna call you a fucking anti-Semite. Okay, you're doing the conflation and then going, "Doi, how do people conflate Jews and Israel? I don't understand." If you say anything about Israel, I will call you an anti-Semite, you motherfucker. Doesn't even matter if you're Jewish yourself and I'm not. I will call you an anti-Semite. Is awesome. Like, oh, I wonder how this happened. I wonder why Americans look at the situation and think, hey, seen a lot of people say, if you hate Israel, you hate Jews. And I really hate Israel. I don't really hate Jews, but you're telling me I hate Jews over and over again. Maybe I hate Jews. That's how it works. That's how it works. That's how you literally develop anti-Semitism, maximum amounts of anti-Semitism. Oh, it's so stupid.
There's no justification for intimidating.
It's literally all Jews must have dual loyalty, but woke, okay? It's the same, it's the other side of the same fucking shitty coin. Nazis say this, and they're anti-Jew and anti-Israel, and then Jake Tapper says this, and he's pro-Jew and pro-Israel. What are people's takeaways supposed to be from this? There's like 8 total fucking people in the grand scheme of things that are like both not anti-Jew, but anti-Israel, and everybody else is literally arriving at that conclusion. Of course people are going to be fucking anti-Semitic.
Or harassment against American Jews.
I'm telling you as a Jew right now that we are receiving a lot more hate because of what the people with a flag that has a Jewish star on are doing to other people right now.
That might
and
be
I'm telling you, as a Jewish person, how painful it is for us to say, and it hurts my stomach to say this, and you're going to say, I disagree, that this is a genocide. And that hurts to say that a Jew could do that. It hurts because we grew up with learning about what hatred is. We grew up learning about this.
So yeah, this is for people, for the uninitiated, they look at this and they go, who gives a fuck about Jewish feelings, right? And I think that's part of the problem here, is that like your main criticism about Israel conducting a genocide should not be about how it makes Jews feel in comparison to their history. But what you have to understand here is that he's not speaking to every single person that's listening to this. He's speaking to others who are in the margins who have a similar background. Okay? That's it. He's talking from his own experience. He's also, I think, whether he realizes it or not, is actually using Ritchie Torres' philo-Semitism against him a little bit. So I think it's good. I think it's good to embolden and galvanize anti-Zionist Jews in this direction, or even Jews who are like in the margins, even if it's this far in, because we need those numbers. Okay? We need those numbers. We need those bodies. That's it.
And the same year the state of Israel was established, in 1948, the world
this is
saw
the part that I saw.
the Holocaust, and they established standards for what a genocide is. It was the same year, and the world said that this shouldn't be a thing that happens. You know? And I just wonder, like, it doesn't make sense to me, what, I don't know, it doesn't track to me why there's this fixation with kids at a school and 2 examples of people at a restaurant that there was banging.
2 examples. I mean, there are surveys on it.
Give me
Read the ADL surveys on it.
Read the ADL surveys. He said it's fucking crazy that in the immediate aftermath of the Holocaust, the Israeli nation state was developed through an ethnic cleansing campaign, and that violence has continued in perpetuity for 80 plus fucking years. And his response to that, and that violence is nothing. Like you're I mean, sorry, the anti-Semitism allegations are nothing in comparison to the violence that Palestinians have experienced for 100+ years, but certainly in the last 80 since the inception of the Israeli nation state. And this guy goes, read an ADL survey. Are you out of your fucking mind? He's literally saying American feelings, okay, whether they're Jewish or not, is nothing in comparison to the real violence that is unfolding in Gaza, okay? And this guy's response is, but the ADL surveys. Oh, wow. I can't believe that an Israeli government mouthpiece has conducted surveys that say that Jewish feelings are hurt because there are too many fucking pro-Palestine people around them. Well, I guess we got to pack it up then. The Apartheid Defense League.
Because
it's hard for me to talk about this in public because you're being a dick. That's mean.
No. I'm not being mean. I'm just clear it's an emotional topic.
All right, I'll share with you what happened.
I'm not.
I lived there.
I don't intend to be mean. So.
Sir, I lived there.
He's still trying to dunk on him, not realizing how this looks either, by the way, which is so crazy. It's so funny. Anyway, here's Adam's difficulty in talking about this is what every anti-Zionist Jew has felt for so long. It's painful to watch and have it all fall on such deaf ears. People using our history and persecution to enable genocide is the most mindfuck thing I've lived through. I literally stopped observing Judaism. I'm reformed, so take that as you will, because of my rabbi's warmongering. Torres' shit-eating grin in the face of the least funny shit on earth is almost more than I could take apart. I'm so emotionally drained from just watching those 2 clips. Can't imagine how much I'd prepare to watch for the full thing.
18, and I grew up a Zionist. And we were told, and our whole community in this country is told, that we have to defend Israel and love Israel because it'll stop the Holocaust. It will stop another Holocaust from happening. And my dad was born in 1951. That was 6 years after these atrocities. His friends' parents, he knew these people that had been through this hell, these skeletons. And it terrified us. And the understanding in our community is that we have to defend Israel. But I lived there, and I went to a settlement at the end of my year there, and I looked down a hill at a Palestinian village, and I saw how they lived, and I turned back and I looked at the settlement and saw how they lived. And people live in a world where they're demeaned and dehumanized and surveilled constantly by people and this isn't in Gaza, by people in SWAT team outfits with semi-automatic weapons, and that's what the world is seeing. And you keep telling me that the problem is someone's getting yelled at a restaurant? I'm sorry.
You're conflating 2 different issues. So I don't
Please.
He's not. That's the only fucking counter you have to this shit. That's it. Israel is indefensible, especially when more and more people are aware of its fucking violence. Okay? So the only counter that you have, if you want to defend Israel, is to basically silence the people who are speaking out against Israel's atrocities. And the only mechanism of that silence is crying about anti-Semitism. But of course, Ritchie Torres, the fucking bot, you're conflating 2 different issues. He's not. He is actively tackling your fucking idiotic argument about anti-Semitism, which is, again, going against the Jewish exceptionalism, in my opinion. Because, like, this conversation, this back and forth right here is quite directly, this conversation is directed at the notion that, like, Jewish feelings are actually more important than Israel's violence against the Palestinians. He's literally saying it's not. He's also saying it's not real, like you're making up a lot of the anti-Semitism, but, like, it's also completely irrelevant. Okay? And he's right. He's right. Like, what are we talking about? I brought this up the other day. And, of course, Bad Empanada got mad at me for saying this because he's fucking insane. But, like, the entire point of why I actively speak out against anti-Semitism and bigotries of all other forms, you know, is because the final point that you arrive at after that dehumanization sets towards any marginalized group, historically marginalized group. That's what I mean when I'm talking about Jews. I'm not talking about Jews in contemporary American society where they're not facing systemic forms of discrimination in the same way that, like, other bigotries still absolutely exist and persist, okay? But historically, it leads to the Holocaust, right? It leads to pogroms for Jews in particular. Historically, anti-blackness leads to the Tulsa massacre. Anti-blackness still very much persists, and you see it in the systemic forms of violence, right? That's the reason why you're supposed to be against these sorts of bigotries, so it doesn't get to that point. So while there is a fucking glaringly obvious systematic bias against all Arabs, all Palestinians, and all Muslims in the form of like unrelenting Islamophobia that normalizes and justifies Israel's literal Holocaust happening, you can't sit there and fucking talk about Jewish feelings. You can't sit there and be like, well, you know, people yelled at a bunch of people who were fucking protesting and saying they love Israel and they want more baby murder to happen. It is no different. It is no different than white nationalists saying, I'm a white identitarian and you are actively coming after me for demonstrating the importance of defending the white purity. That's it. It's actually even worse than that because Israel is literally doing a Holocaust, whereas like at any given day, not, you know, there's not as much motion in terms of like moving in the direction of ethnic cleansing. We're moving in that direction right now, but we haven't gotten to the Israel point yet as far as like the full tilt Christian nationalism. We're moving in that direction. Make no mistake. We're getting there. We really want to be there. If unrestrained, this administration would make this the Christian Israel, okay? But that's the whole point. This dude tweets about you in Israel. Who? Ritchie Torres? I know. That's all he does. Talking about this like it's Jewish feelings seems like bad analysis to me. No, I don't think he's doing that anyway. Why did Torres agree to this interview? Adam is friends with you. This guy supports terrorism. It's correct. You're absolutely 100% correct. Ritchie Torres does support terrorism in its maximalist form. Ritchie Torres supports the state of Israel and its genocide. So you're right about that.
Saying this to you right now will hurt people in my own family, okay? Because this is a very important thing to us. And the fact that I still fucking care about...
Dude, why are you calling? Be insane. It's not. It's not just him. Even Finkelstein laughs at the notion of anti-Semitism is a bigger problem than things like Islamophobia in the West right now. Is there ever a point where I've said anti-Semitism is a bigger problem than Islamophobia? That's not my argument. You're misunderstanding my argument. He misunderstood the argument that I was making when I was describing why fundamentally you're supposed to be anti-bigotry, because that dehumanization justifies a lot of violence against marginalized groups historically. Okay? And he misunderstood that, and he tried to make it seem like I was saying that as a fucking American Muslim, he was making it seem like I am saying that anti-Semitism is far more consequential than fucking Islamophobia. The fuck?
Being Jewish is embarrassing. I should just be a guy. But this feels like a stain on our history. And it feels like it's changed what being Jewish is. Because what being Jewish is isn't Israel. Judaism has existed for 4,000 years. This is a country for 75 years. You know, like, it is the oldest, one of the oldest monotheistic religions. Anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of hatred. People in my life are going to be mad at me about this, but I'm saying this because I am Jewish, you know, and I don't understand why you would be.
Look how you define.
I want to have.
I feel like I'm here to be lectured, not.
Shut up. That's not nice. You can't talk that.
Shut up. Oh, Jesus. Look, as much as I would have loved for Adam to just like fucking blister Ritchie Torres, I will say that this is productive in a different way. And this actually ends up launching him to orbit in a very effective way as well, because he propped him up. He propped Ritchie Torres up as a human, or tried to like find the humanity within him. Failed to do so because he's a fucking bot. And now he's vulnerable, and Ritchie Torres is still behaving like a bot. Like, he's over here crying because, like, you know, me talking about this is deep, it's emotional, it's painful. My family's going to get fucking really butthurt about it, really upset. And that's probably why it's, like, annoying for some people who say, oh, you're centering Jewish feelings in this. But, like, no, he's just himself. He's being himself. He's not like, he's a comedian. And as a comedian, he's talking about some very unfunny shit right now. And he's getting vulnerable and he's getting emotional. And Ritchie Torres still is just like, you're giving me a lecture. He is such a goddamn robot, dude. It is crazy.
Why are one set of Jews but more important than others?
No one's saying any.
What happened? You went to the beach in Israel? What? You went to a restaurant or something? A nice restaurant?
No.
Like, listen.
Never been to the Tel Aviv Pride Parade. So
this is the year 2025.
Yeah.
The world is seeing something that looks terrible, and it's being done in my name, and I don't know what to do.
But the war began on October 7th.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
You're
when
ignoring...
Hamas systematically murdered and made, and you want.
Okay.
Look, we're going down a rabbit hole. We fundamentally disagree.
No.
But Hamas murdered and maimed
you're doing the
and
TV
mutilated
thing.
and abducted and tortured thousands of people. That's not television. That's a fact. That's reality. You can deny it. You can.
This is demonic, bro. Hannah Arendt on Eichmann. He was genuinely incapable of uttering a single sentence that was not a cliche. Bro saw an opening and was like, well, time for the dialogue tree. Hamas, October 7, Hamas, rape, decapitated babies, decapitated children, decapitated babies in ovens. Hamas-backed Palestinian health ministry, Hamas-backed Gazan health ministry. Kidnapped from a tank. Like, goddamn, bro. Holy fuck. This shit used to hit so hard, too. It was like, this shit used to hit so hard, like in early October 2023. Obviously, 22 months in, everyone looks at you and you're like, and goes, "What the fuck are you saying, bro? There has been 1,000+ October 7s, more than 1,000+ October 7s. Shut the fuck up. You clearly don't care. You can't say October 7 after Israel's done 1 million October 7s. Fuck, it's crazy. You can only get away with saying that if you don't think that Palestinians are human. They're simply collateral damage, okay? And only Israelis are human in this conversation. That's it. This is why a lot of people get butthurt when I mention just facts about this dynamic. Not even like the history, even on a post-October 7 assessment, which is obviously silly and stupid. And it's a much broader conversation than that. It's 100 years of brutal occupation and settler colonial violence and ethnic cleansing, unjustifiable, incredibly immoral things that Israel did and continues to do so. But even post-October 7, whenever I say like between Hamas and Israel, there is no comparison, none whatsoever. This is a fundamental truth. It is very difficult for a lot of Americans to recognize this, but it is the truth regardless, okay? It is a fundamental truth that a military unit, okay, a militancy comprised of victims of Israel's violence after hundreds of years of military occupation, 100 years of military occupation and brutal conquest that conducted in retaliation to the trauma that they withstood a brutal military campaign that had a litany of war crimes in the process and tragedies that unfolded in the process are not even comparable to what the nuclear armed nation of Israel is doing after 100 years of death, destruction, and complete brutal military occupation. Is not even remotely comparable. Hamas is better than Israel and better than the Israeli occupying force by every metric, by every standard. It's not even a comparison. And people get really fucking mad when you say this because it's true. It's true. Even people who are pro-Palestine, like honest to God, they see it in their hearts. They recognize it. They're pro-Palestine. They see the fucking violence. They see the genocide that's going on. They shudder when they hear this. They go, how dare you say this? How can you say this? Remember October 7? That's when you have to talk about the history. What the fuck are Palestinians supposed to do? What were they supposed to do? What was the expected outcome of 80 fucking years of military occupation? And before that, settler colonial violence. What were Palestinians eventually supposed to do when they run out of options? They can't contend with that reality after so much programming that like dictated their lives, their adolescence, their most formative years, their most malleable years when they just saw Muslims on television getting fucking slaughtered and thought those guys are all scary. They hate us because they ain't us. They're barbaric. They're ruthless. They're brutal. That's it. But it's not working. I will say, however, like I've maintained over and over again, the hardest hurdle to clear here is the but Hamas counter. What is this? Turtle Merc. I wish I had realized my wrongs much earlier in life, but I grew up believing the United States was a force for peace and security. It wasn't until I deployed to Afghanistan that I realized just how wrong everything I was taught was wrong. I'm sorry that I had to even learn this, but they were normal people trying to just live. I remember passing out water and watching little boys fight over bottles of water. I wanted to cry. I've never had to fight for water. Yeah, this is why I'm also a lot more open-minded and a lot kinder to people who actually reflect on their past service, reflect on their past actions, and actually fucking become an important voice in anti-imperialism. And this is why I'm also very understanding and think it's very valuable for American Jews that grew up Zionist to become open anti-Zionist voices, because they are far more capable of converting other young Jews, especially. Maybe not the older ones, because, you know, that's a totally separate issue to tackle. But why was that banned? It's too long. It got auto-modded because it was too long. Anyway, I really don't like just outright saying anyone is acting in bad faith, but if anyone's acted in bad faith, it's Torres during his interview. Yeah, I mean, like one of the funniest aspects of this, okay? One of the funniest aspects of this conversation is like, Adam Friedland has been to Israel. Adam Friedland is Jewish. He grew up Zionist because, like, obviously there's no alternative, right? Unless your parents are already anti-Zionist, then you're just gonna grow up that way. You're gonna think about like the importance of Israel, right? Which he's clearly communicated in this process. And I'm supposed to think that a black Puerto Rican gay guy living in the fucking Bronx has a more passionate defense of Israel than Adam fucking Friedland. Well, how am I supposed to believe that? And there's no financial imperative here? Really? 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 I'm supposed to assume that Ritchie Torres, just honest to God, fucking loves Israel, dude. That's just something that happened, you know? He was overcome with joy. Yeah, he's reading ADL surveys. He just really cares about this. The $1.495 million that he received from AIPAC has nothing to do with it. How dare you? He just loves it, dude. He just loves it. Ugh. The most hardcore militant Israel supporters cannot fathom how their hardline approach to the matter is unsustainable, untenable, and ultimately more violent against them in the long term. They use said violence against them as a self-referencing justification for carrying out their own continued bloodshed against Palestinians. Is an impossible situation to contend with unless you completely deprogram the Zionism. Yeah. And it's for some, you just got to wait it out, you know? Time will take its course. But there are plenty of young people that have recognized this reality and are getting deprogrammed in real time. And I think that's part of the reason why the ADL put the fucking crosshairs on me early on. And that is because I'm not anti-Semitic. My anger and resentment towards Israel is a uncompromising disgust with the concept of fascism to begin with. Okay? It doesn't matter if the in-group is Jewish or Christian. It's just like I'm anti-fascist. And a lot of Americans are taught that fascism is bad and wrong. You know? That's it. Thank God.
Stop
Downplay
denying
it.
October 7th.
Well, you seem to be
You're doing the
trivializing
I'm pro
it, so-
October 7th. You're doing I'm pro Hamas.
I never said you were pro-Hamas. You're putting words in my mouth.
It is
But you seem to be downplaying it.
there for the last 17 years. People have been under a blockade where they cannot leave. If you were born in a place and there's a fence there and there's a guy with a gun on the other side and he says you can't go anywhere, would you like that guy? If you treat people like animals, sometimes they're going to lash out.
Look, I sincerely believe, maybe I'm wrong, that if Palestine
Yeah. I sincerely believe that Palestinians should just take it. 100 years, they should just take it. Why won't they just take it quietly? It makes my situation much harder to defend. Love this quote about Torres. Torres has been an empty-headed AIPAC mouthpiece for some time now. His first time truly criticizing Israel's actions over the last 2 years was last month, and it was uninspiring. His mind-numbingly obtuse interview with Friedland only reinforces just how far gone he is. Wait, is that the Gawker affiliate article? From Jake Rom, I think. I have that on the docket. It's from the Defector, I think. Don't worry, we'll look at that.
Palestinians were governed not by a terrorist organization like Hamas in Gaza, but by a regime that was able and willing to make peace with Israel, the situation would be fundamentally different.
Would you ever have Rashid Khalidi on the broadcast? I'd be honored to have him on the broadcast. That'd be sick.
The preconditions for this happening are undeniably something that the Israeli government was fully aware of. Why would Bibi Netanyahu... Okay, here's the question.
Do you think October 7th was justified?
No.
Okay, I'm happy you said that.
Are you listening to what I'm saying right now?
I am listening to what you're saying.
Why would the Israeli government... Hamas wants to eradicate the Jewish people and the Jewish state? Is that right?
That's what Hamas has said, yeah.
Okay. Then why would they directly give Hamas money, literally bags of cash in suitcases through the Qataris? Nearly, I think over $1 billion.
I wish Noah was in the room for this. All right, well, let's continue.
Dollars in cash. During this last 17 years.
That's a fair point. It's a great question.
If one of those kids at Columbia wrote a $5 check to Hamas, you'd say send them to Gitmo for being a terrorist.
It's a fair point.
Does that make Benjamin Netanyahu a terrorist? He's supporting terror.
The United States, it seems to me, the United States and Israel could have shut off the spigot and did not do so. I don't know why, but that was a failure. There's no question.
I think that what I see is the reason why our government provides $25 billion to something.
By the way, American government could have shut off the money spigot is so funny. Dog, you literally have actively defended the American government continuing the money spigot. Why are you acting as though you are just some random onlooker? Some random onlooker whose opinion on the matter is very public. The only reason why we even know who the fuck Ritchie Torres is, by the way, is because of his relentless advocacy for the Israeli apartheid regime. He's talking about Hamas. No, the money spigot to Hamas. Wait, did I misunderstand?
I think that
did not do so. I don't know why, but the United
the United States could have shut off the money spigot to Hamas.
States and Israel could have shut off the spigot and did not do so. I don't know why.
I misunderstood it. My bad.
But that was a failure. There's no question.
I think that what I see is the reason why our government provides $25 billion to something that looks this horrific to people. I think is the same reason. I think it makes it look like the Jews control the government, but really what it is the more boring answer. It's the reason why the government and you guys don't get shit done. It's the reason why Sandy Hook can happen. You guys can't do gun reform. It's because
why can't we do gun reform?
Because special interest groups can buy influence in our government.
Well, which political party is against gun reform?
The NRA has a power.
It's the Republican Party.
We allow our government to be flooded with cash and money, and what's scary to me is that it looks that people are.
The reason Bibi paid Hamas is because he thought he could bribe them to stay quiet, and ultimately Hamas proved actually interested in fighting what they perceived as the Palestinian national interest. Without Palestinian self-determination, there would be no end to violence. Yes, Benjamin Netanyahu's reasons for funding Hamas is very clear. Okay, one, Hamas in and of itself is a more hardliner and is presented as an Islamist group. Okay, and therefore it's much harder for Hamas to actually gain allegiances or communicate their own plight and garner sympathy in the Western world. Okay, that's number one. Number two, because they were more willing to engage in Israel militarily by like lobbing bathtub rockets over the fucking Gaza envelope and shit, was a perfect opportunity for Israel to go in and do sieges as they've done time and time again. The reason why this is important, the reason why they propped up Hamas is because, God forbid, they had a secular or socialist, Western-facing, Western-focused group like they did in the past with both the PLO and all of the other groups that were, all of the other forms of militancy that developed, like the PFLP, DFLP, that were comprised of like Christian Palestinians and socialists and whatnot, was that those guys wrote to the Western world with regular frequency, and they were murdered for it, okay? Ghassan Kanafani is a great example of this, Palestinian Christian, leader of the PFLP. They were Marxist, Leninists, and they were murdered for it. He never held a weapon in his life. He just got killed alongside, he got slaughtered alongside his family members. by the Israeli state because they thought they miscalculated. Like Israel miscalculated that as long as the one group that is actually invested in the defense of Palestinians is Hamas, they can just keep saying these are Muslim terrorists. We can kill them. We can kill them dead. And it worked for a very long time. Okay. The other reason why they did this, by the way, and one of the major reasons also is to politically split the West Bank and Gaza to warring factions with one another. You have the Palestinian, the Palestinian face of Israeli dominance in the form of the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, deeply unpopular, and you have Hamas in Gaza. Okay, so you divide the Palestinian population through two different points of governance. So then you render the one singular contiguous state for Palestinians impossible to happen. And last but not least, as that chatter also correctly pointed to, are you ever going to press play? Don't you think this is more important for me to give you a fucking history lesson in the process of like talking about funding Hamas? This is why you're watching it with me instead of watching it on your own. Okay? Shut the fuck up. The other reason why they did this is because they thought Hamas was as selfish and as self-interested and only wanted to just like be in power and dominate the Palestinians. Like they believe their own propaganda. Okay? They thought, oh, these guys are corrupt just like we are. We just give them money and they'll, brutalize the Palestinians every now and then. They'll lob a couple missiles that our Tamir interceptors will intercept. It's not a big deal. And then we use that as a just cause to go in and fucking invade the Gaza Strip and kill a bunch of Palestinians. And, we control how tall the flames go. Okay. But it turns out Hamas had different opinions. They were really with it. They weren't just trying to be the sole controllers of the Gaza Strip in this like deeply corrupt fashion. They truly wanted Palestinian sovereignty. They truly wanted Palestinian emancipation. They were willing to fight for it. They were willing to coalesce all of the different Palestinian resistance groups together. That's October 7. October 7 wasn't just Hamas. It was Hamas. It was Palestinian Islamic Jihad. It was DFLP. It was PFLP. There were numerous other factions within the coalition of Palestinian resistance that participated in October 7th. Some of the last remaining hostages are currently in the hands of PFLP, as a matter of fact. There's some internal struggle taking place within the Palestinian resistance right now, with some forces saying, I don't know if we want to keep fucking holding on to these hostages, and other forces saying we need to keep fucking pushing back against Israel. That's a real thing that's taking place right now, okay? As far as I understand, with the limited information that we can get from the Gaza Strip. So that was the real issue. They resisted against Israeli colonial violence, and they pushed back. And most importantly, they did so with the entirety, with like former Fatah, with Fatah members as well. Exactly. Okay. They did. Why did you say oop? So Israel never thought that would happen, I think. That's the reason why they miscalculated and propped up Hamas.
Started to question the Holocaust ever happening. How could Jews, maybe they invented the Holocaust?
You're blaming Israel for Holocaust denial?
I'm blaming our government for supporting a genocide. But it is unfathomable in my heart, and it breaks my heart that we could be capable of it.
I think we should move on.
Why is that?
We just fundamentally disagree. So
I think I'm talking to you like about where I come from and that it feels different, and maybe I have a different perspective.
You have a different perspective. But I know people who have a perspective that's different.
For the record, I would never be able to fucking blister Ritchie Torres in this way, because he was slammed that fucking you're an Islamist, terrorist, Muslim piece of shit who needs to go to jail so fucking fast. But he can't do that to Adam, because Adam is Jewish. Do you understand? That's it. That's why it's valuable to have anti-Zionist Jews fighting this fight as well. Okay? That's it.
From yours.
Yeah.
With a much smaller platform than you.
I hate this conversation.
I know.
I have it with my family, It's not something, and I love my family.
If it were up to me, we would not be having this because we're speaking a foreign language.
My family grew up in South Africa, right? We were like Jews from Eastern Europe that literally, we thought we were going to Ellis Island.
Mm-hmm.
My grandma, all the grannies stayed. My parents' whole generation of South African Jews left. And when I was a kid, like growing up, I used to write all my who's my hero essays on Nelson Mandela. And he was like a hero of mine, right? And he was also, in prison, and for terrorism too. I don't want to get it. You're gonna go Hamas is what I don't want. I'm not debating Hamas is good. He was called that, and he went to my synagogue after he got out of prison, Madiba, and he spoke to like all the grandmas who like were still there. They didn't have to fucking move because black people could vote. And he said, "Tell your kids to come back because we need them to build our country." I don't know. I think that I don't see what's wrong with people being afforded the right to vote.
Do you think that's what Hamas means when it says free Palestine from the river to the sea?
To me, it seems like maybe if there's a recognition that people were cleared off their land in 1948.
But there are those who only want a Jewish state, and there are those who only want a Palestinian state.
Then they could fuck off.
And we should be advocating for the coexistence.
Yeah, I don't agree with Adam on this as well, but I do, while I disagree with the outcome, and I also don't believe that it'll ever take place, I think those two things are not the same. Okay? I will say this, okay? While I am not a believer in... No, Adam is a one-stater, chatter. No, Adam is a one-stater. He's saying yes to coexistence. I agree with him. But even the fact that when Ritchie Torres says, those who believe in only a Palestinian state and those who believe in only a Jewish state are at odds with one another, I don't agree with that. I think that the people that only want a Palestinian state, albeit would never be able to achieve it would never be able to achieve it through nonviolent means, are still morally correct for this advocacy as well. Okay, it's like saying, and it's even closer in history, so it's not even like saying this exactly, but it's like saying land back would be a decolonial movement where America still offers reparations to the indigenous population, or at least significant chunks of land to the indigenous population. It's morally correct. It's just virtually impossible to do without actual harm being conducted. So the best possible way to go about it is to elevate and offer significant chunks of land to the indigenous population, and also offer reparations and not just simply recognition that indigenous genocide took place, which is what most people's advocacy is in land back movements as well anyway. It's about offering sovereignty and more dignity to the indigenous population rather than just saying New York is now, New York now belongs to the tribe that existed there. And everybody needs to get the fuck out.
Jewish state and a Palestinian state.
Why can't
I continue to believe the two-state solution ultimately is the inevitable path forward. That is fine.
It's stupid.
There were 1,000 Jews who were murdered before the establishment of Israel, a half a century before the establishment of Israel. 1,000 Jews.
Yeah, they were killing each other, Jews and Palestinians. Yeah,
the Hebron massacre.
It doesn't make sense to me. This in 2025.
The only point was there was violence against Jews before the establishment of the state of Israel.
There was violence against Palestinians, and there was an ethnic cleansing in 1948.
I mean, the Hebron massacre.
What are you talking about right now? You're in the government. Listen, I didn't want to argue.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're not familiar with the Hebron massacre in 1929?
Wait, you're saying that justifies an entire ethnic cleansing in 1948?
Israel was a.
Whoa, this is such.
Yeah, it's because he won't say it. That's a good counter, by the way. Oh, the Hebron massacre. Okay, dude. Well, first of all, there is a reason why. I'll use one example. It's there's a reason why Rashid Khalidi's book is 100 Years War on Palestine and is not called fucking 75-year War on Palestine. It's because the violence through settler colonialism unfolded before the ultimate violence that led to the inception of the Israeli nation state in the aftermath of the Nakba, the complete ethnic cleansing of 750,000 Palestinians from their ancestral homelands. Okay? The notion of Hebron, the Hebron massacre, Yeah, dude. Of course. Turns out the fucking Palestinians that were literally living in Palestine that were very angry about the Jewish settler colonialism that was taking place at the behest of the British Empire, they were right. Like, history vindicated them. And it's not like the dudes were just simply trying to coexist. They were trying to fucking forcibly overtake Palestinian existence and wipe out the fucking indigenous population from the start. The only time frame that you can point to where Jews and non-Jews existed in that region is before the British takeover, is before World War I, when it was under the Ottoman rulership. That's it. Oh man, I can't believe the Palestinians recognized that they were going to get wiped out of their own ancestral homelands, which is literally what happened. And they tried to take action, decentralized action in the process. Like, it's not even a fucking justification, but like, were they wrong to recognize that they were being wiped? They were inevitably going to be wiped out by a colonial entity that had no interest in preserving their statehood or offering them statehood whatsoever. I mean, look at what happened after.
This isn't even a good argument.
Hold on. Israel.
What are you talking about?
I didn't realize we were debating.
I don't want to do it, but you say something like that.
The Jewish state was established by international law, right? The UN passed a resolution. That recognized the
Israel. Any Israel defender bringing up international law is so funny. It's like, wow, really? Oh, so now you care about international law? Interesting. I didn't hear you talking about international law earlier when you were talking about but Hamas. Dude, any Israel defender bringing up international law is basically an admission of defeat, okay? It's not only historically incorrect, because there's never been a moment where Israel abided by the international law, because there's no point in the international law where it's like, yeah, you can deny civilians a right to return. That's fucking ridiculous. And secondly, when has Israel ever listened to international law? Please. I thought the UN was anti-Semitic and Hamas. Now you're saying the UN is an upholder of international law and good. The UN established Israel. It's good now. It's good again. Yeah. I thought it was the most anti-Semitic institution out there. It was an instrument of Hamas. Thank God international law is good again. You don't understand. Hamas put tunnels under the UN. Yeah. No, I do understand it. For sure.
Establishment of a Jewish state. And there were a number of Arab countries, including Egypt, that declared war on Israel.
Yes.
It was the War of Independence.
The Palestinians
and Israel won the war.
The Palestinians didn't declare war on them. They were just people that were living there. And they were kicked off their
and
land.
By the way, there were 800,000 Jews that were ethnically cleansed from the Arab world.
Do you know what?
There were Jews. You know how many Jews there are
not
in the
by
Arab
the
world?
Palestinians.
Almost none. I'm not talking about the I'm talking about the broader Arab world.
So why do the Palestinians have to bear the responsibility of the Algerians kicking the Jews out?
You can relitigate.
Why do the Palestinians bear the responsibility of Egypt invading in 1948?
Israel's been a state for 77 years.
Bro, it's so depressing what you're saying right now.
You're proposing to undo an established state?
No. I know people that live there. I have family that live there. I don't think that they should leave.
What are you proposing?
I'm proposing a democracy. I'm proposing an extensive demographic study of what was taken and what was lost, extensive reparations for what that was taken, and a truth and reconciliation process where we can end this shit. What we're seeing right now is that members of the Israeli government are talking about clearing that shit out. And Trump, our president, is talking about putting a fucking jet ski museum there. And that's the reality right now.
That is the far right, yes.
That's
the
view that
I reject. So.
What the far right? I'm talking about the government and the generals that are in charge of Israel.
The Ben-Gavirs, the Smoltrishes of the world, that's a view that I reject.
They're the cabinet.
Yes, and I reject them.
That's what Hamas is saying they want to do to Israel.
I'm sorry?
I mean,
Hamas murdered thousands of people, so there's no...
So what does that mean?
That Hamas is a terrorist organization for murdering innocent children and civilians.
How many civilians have been killed in this war?
The war is a tragedy, but...
90% of them have been...
The war is a tragedy, but October 7 is the worst thing that's ever happened. Hasbara bot, dude.
90% of them have been civilians. They've killed journalists. They've killed journalists.
People have been killed in a war. It's been a tragedy.
They've killed people waiting for aid.
But you're suggesting that it is the policy of the Israeli government to murder civilians, and that is a notion that I reject.
You can reject it. It's just objective reality, dumbass.
You gotta listen, man. You gotta be like a human being about this.
People who are dying in the war, which to me is a tragedy, because war is a tragedy.
Do you feel in your heart that this is what you're saying is right?
If you remove Hamas,
You don't actually think
well,
that.
I told you what I believe. Don't tell me what I believe. I've told you what I believe.
Why would you believe that?
Because there are people who see the world differently. I know it's a shock to you, but there are people who see the world differently.
But why?
I know that's a shock to you.
Like it seems a little bit like
The humanitarian crisis has deteriorated rapidly.
I don't want to be disrespectful like this,
Well,
but
you've been at various points.
In what capacity?
You've just been hostile. So.
In what capacity?
It's fine. Don't worry. It's just been a gotcha interview.
I think that.
Oh, now he's getting condescending. Oh, there's just been a gotcha interview. I know people have differences in opinion. I know it's a shock to you. Just call him a fucking woke libtard, dude. Why don't you? It's crazy because, it spirals completely out of control. And the reason why it spirals completely out of control is because, I think Ritchie Torres at this point is, aware that he's just coming off like a fucking total bot.
My conscience is clear, especially as someone that's lived there and seen it and loved people that live there. And this sucks. I really didn't want to do this. And I think that you saw it as gotcha. Well, this is what people are talking about right now.
I get it. Well, not in the South Bronx. People are not talking about Israel. People are talking about how to put food on the table and pay the bills.
Yeah.
Maybe in your world, that's what people are talking about.
No,
But in my world, people are struggling. So.
Yeah. Then why, if people are struggling in your world, are you paying $25 billion?
We have a seven.
Also, why is it that you only bring up how your district is struggling to pay their fucking bills when it's a way to stop talking about Israel? Because you talk about Israel more than anybody else. If your district doesn't give a fuck about Israel, why the fuck do you constantly talk about Israel, you bitch? This motherfucker cares so little about his job that he tweeted more times about me, Hasanabi Piker, in the lead up to a general election. He tweeted more times about me and how anti-Semitic I am because of my criticisms of Israel than his own district in the lead up to the general election. How insane is that? How much of a fucking Israel attack dog do you have to be that you got clips from a now outed pedophiles cult that were completely clipped out of context that you used and you fucking slammed into a congressional letterhead statement that you made with a demand to deplatform one of the only large progressive voices in the lead up to the fucking general election. That's what he was predisposed with. I am at most an irrelevant figure that should never be in your fucking radar, dude. Think about that. Out of all the top 10 independent media, out of all of the top 10 independent media platforms that were tracked on the night of the election for their election coverage, I was the only fucking left voice on there. Not a single other left voice was on there. Every single other one was a Trump supporter. Every single other one. Out of the top 10, I was the only fucking person that was not a Trump supporter. And this motherfucker was trying to demand that I get deplatformed. And by the way, I didn't get deplatformed, luckily, but I was blacklisted. So on the day of the election, the only fucking platform, the only content creator that was covering the election that was actually being shown, prominently being featured on Twitch, was Asmongold. It didn't work. I still got 314,000 live concurrent viewers on that day, in spite of the blackballing, in spite of the blacklisting, as in people literally typed twitch.tv/Hasanabi to come and fucking watch, as Twitch was promoting Asmongold's election coverage, dude. Why? Because Ritchie Torres and the ADL and all of these fucking pro-Israel groups demanded that I stop my coverage, demanded that I get fucking deplatformed. That's fucking insane, dude. That's what you were worried about. That's how little these motherfuckers care about defending democracy, actively combating the Trump administration. That's how little they care. He just cares about Israel and nothing else.
$7 billion. We have a $7 trillion budget in the federal government.
Yeah.
Right, less than.
So it's not that much
than,
money?
Less than 1%.
So it's a
goes
little
to
money went to
Israel.
Israel.
In the grand scheme of the federal budget, yes, it's minuscule.
I'm sorry, dude. You're bummed. Your consultants told you not to do it. I like this guy a lot too. I hate this. This is so embarrassing.
I don't have anything to hide. I'm willing to go anywhere.
No, man. I'm sorry. I appreciate your time. Listen.
Sure.
Run that clip to every single person in his district. Ritchie Torres thinks that while you're suffering, the $25 billion and a piece of that could have gone to you, he thinks it's minuscule that it went to Israel, and it's totally valid. If Trump is the ultimate personification of the Republican Party, extremely arrogant, profoundly stupid, and incredibly selfish and unimaginably evil, Torres is the ultimate manifestation of the Democratic Party. Pure smugness, nonstop corpo speak, entirely soulless, and unbelievably corrupt both morally and financially. Yeah.
I think this opportunity is a big deal. I don't get to talk to someone in the government that's taking part in these big decisions like this, and
Well, only one of 535. So.
well, I'll talk to another one. Which one would like me? Virginia Fox?
I don't know.
Do you have her number?
I don't have her number. No.
All right. I appreciate it. I feel like you're mad at me or something. I got to get a big laugh.
Look, it's like Hyman Roth from The Godfather 2. He said, "This is the life we've chosen." So, I know what I signed up for.
Is this what happens? This has been I've been doing a terrible job. I'm rambling about Israel and being a Jew and the Holocaust. Yeah. It's the most embarrassing stuff to talk about in public.
I feel like every Jewish American should have a right to be who they are, to wear a kippah, to display a Star of David, to be proudly and visibly.
Yeah, if you're a Muslim American, wear a keffiyeh, though, you should go to prison, you fucking terrorist.
Jewish, without fear of harassment or intimidation or violence.
Well,
I mean, the freedom to be who we are is like fundamental for all of us.
Well, I think that from where I'm sitting, Israel might be a threat to that.
And you have that view, but others have a different view.
Why are we still having this interview? This is exhausting. I'm sweating.
We could end the interview.
The AC's off. I'm just trying to find a button to shake your hand, dude. I don't want to fucking do this.
No, I think you have an agenda to speak about this.
I didn't have an agenda.
I really did.
It is.
You don't get elected in the South Bronx and the
I'm
Northeast
not
Bronx.
trying to make you feel bad or like.
No, but I just don't think you know what you're talking about.
Is not what I got elected? Then why is it the only thing you fucking talk about, you piece of shit? Is your only policy? He should feel bad. It's cool that now that there is like a motion in the independent media space that we finally get to see at least a crumb of pushback against fucking politicians that make them look horrible. Because there is never going to be a mainstream media equivalent to this conversation. There's never going to be a mainstream media equivalent to Crystal Ball with Elisa Slotkin, right? I have a hunch that clips from the Torres interview may circulate around in a way that may be more damaging for him indirectly than some people may expect. Like, people don't actually interview him typically or have anything resembling a conversation with him. This is much less managed and polished than the typically allowed. And I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't feel like this psycho shit's just gonna be swept away, but maybe I'm wrong. Man, Democrats were eager to make appearances on new media after the Biden-Harris aversion, but then are unprepared for questions about their unquestioning, unflinching, unyielding support for Israel. They expected to go like a CNN interview where they know the host likely shares pro-Israel views. Torres accusing an actual Jewish person of anti-Semitism for failing to worship the state of Israel is, well, actually, it's on brand for him. Free Press is calling Adam a capo. Now the Free Press is calling Adam Friedland a capo for his interview with Ritchie Torres. The role Friedland played is playing that of the capo, the Jew articulating and or acting out the wishes, conscious or unconscious, of the Gentile majority. This is literally the world's oldest or second oldest profession. See, this is the inverse of Jewish exceptionalism, by the way. When you have a Jewish exceptionalist framework, okay, if you truly have this kind of framework, if this is what you operate off of, then yeah, what this guy is saying is going to have an impact. Okay? Well, all Jews love Israel, and this one Jew is actually a token and playing out the wishes of Gentiles, non-Jews, right? Except you have to remove this attitude from the fucking equation and realize that this has nothing to do with Judaism or being non-Jew, okay? It's a genocide, you fucking idiot. You don't want to fucking come across like you are defending genocide on the virtues of how Jewish this genocide is, because that also frames the issue around anti-Semitism. That creates anti-Semitism. What is this? Did I miss something? Why will he not play this? Wait, what? No, there isn't a reason why I'm not playing this. Why do you guys always have some fucking sinister reason, bro? What the fuck's... Why? Why do you guys behave like this? Where you're like, ooh, there must be some secret reason. There must be some secret reason why I'm not playing this clip. Stop. Anyway, as far as professions go, this can be pretty lucrative work. The Jewish entertainer in 2025 who attacks Israel like the Jewish court jesters of the Middle Ages who attack their Jewishness, legitimize the Jew hatred that non-Jews may feel uncomfortable giving voice to. Yeah, no discussion about the rise in worldwide anti-Semitism could be had without making the clear and obvious point that Israel wants more anti-Semitism in this world because it means more Jewish immigration to Israel. It's in Israel's security interest to make the world harmful for Jews, 100%. That's another reason why this isn't just like Jewish exceptionalism, okay? I mean, when I talk about anti-Semitism and like the rise of anti-Semitism in the Western world, directly as a consequence of Israel's actions, it also plays into Israel's grand design as bullshit. Obviously, you shouldn't immediately shudder when I say this kind of shit and assume that I'm saying anti-Semitism in the Western world is like far more consequential and far worse than the plight of the Palestinians or even Islamophobia in the Western world. That's not the truth. That's not what I believe. And it's also not real. That's not a real fucking comparison at all. While anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are both bigotries that are utterly unacceptable, one is also institutionally unacceptable, and the other one is not only welcome, but allows you career opportunities. If you are Islamophobic, you can advance. If you're anti-Semitic, you obviously get fucking destroyed. This is precisely the reason why I don't yield from this kind of back and forth, this kind of conversation. David says you're perpetuating falsehoods about that Wired article. Like, look at this person. Call Adam. Call Adam, please. David Pacman says you're perpetuating falsehoods about that Wired article. Are you a person that's invested in having discourse, or do you just want fucking like extra fun stuff? Who gives a fuck what David Pacman says, bro? He said the fucking Wired article was fake. Some of y'all love the slop, dude. Some of y'all live for the slop. But yeah, I think this is gonna hit the normie sphere pretty fucking hard.
Ritchie Torres, we coming for you.
After news came out that Ritchie Torres personally profited from the death of Palestinian children. Wait, what? This guy's a Larishite? I'm not watching that shit. Y'all are crazy, bro. This is what I mean, motherfuckers. When there's a massive fucking void in the media landscape for pro-Palestinian voices, people find themselves in the throes of a fucking guy who loves LaRouche in 2025, bro. What the fuck? For example, positive American guys, consumed as they are by his bizarre hatred for the Jewish state, I expect they don't even know why they hate it as much as they do, but they do. They can't say that. They have a camouflage. They have a camouflage and contempt for BB or Zionism. I think one of the funniest parts about this is just like these guys almost actively hold on to the notion that like Israel is a Jewish state and it's actually doing this genocide Jewishly, and you can't even speak out against it. And it doesn't matter. Like they will go down with the ship. Okay? They will tell every person that they're like, I'm Jewish and I love this genocide. It's being done at the behest of Jewish people. It's the most Jewish genocide of all time. If you fucking say a goddamn word about it, you're an anti-Semite. And it's like, dude, what are you doing? It's like if I ran around being like, I love ISIS. I fucking love ISIS. ISIS is my favorite. Like, you're Islamophobic for shitting on ISIS, you know? Like, what the fuck? If I ran around and be like, as a Muslim, ISIS is actually the truest form of Islam. Like, what's wrong with you, dude? What the fuck are you doing? How do you not understand that, like, people look at you and go, that's disgusting and gross. And also, now I don't know how I feel about it. You're a Jewish guy. You're telling me that this is the most Jewish genocide and it's also awesome. You're creating anti-Semitism. Guys, stop saying it's going to get clipped out of context. It's the most obvious clipped out of context clip of all time. Shut the fuck up. God damn, dude. I know. Shut up, chat. Jesus fucking Christ. God fucking damn it, dude. Y'all are so fucking annoying and so fucking stupid. Yeah. We're moving on to the FBI investigating the Minneapolis Catholic school shooting. Fuck. Every time I say some shit.
That's where we began, a Minneapolis story, but an American problem. Fear and sadness, parents and children, an entire community there grappling with the tragedy at a church. 2 children shot and killed during morning mass at a Catholic school. The first week of school, they were just back from the summer break. 17 other people hurt in this incident, 14 of those people, children themselves. Police say the shooter died at the back of the church by suicide right there at the scene. No official motive has been announced. CBS Evening News co-anchor Maurice Dubois is on the ground for us, leading our coverage outside Annunciation Church in Minneapolis. Maurice, here we go again. Good morning.
We are going again here, Tony. No one can get their heads around this thing. It was just the 3rd day of school for students at Annunciation Catholic here in Minneapolis. They teach kids from preschool through 8th grade. They were gathered for Mass when those shots rang out, shattering what should have been moments of peace, prayer, reflection, anticipation, replaced instead by violence and death. As this community mourns, the FBI is investigating the attack as an act of domestic terrorism and a hate crime targeting Catholics. CBS News has confirmed the shooter, 23-year-old Robin Westman, was once a student at the school whose mother previously worked there. We'll have more details on the investigation in just a few minutes, but first, Usher Qureshi here now with more on how this happened. Usher, good morning to you.
Good morning, Maurice. Well, the Minneapolis police chief says all 17 injured shooting victims are expected to survive, and leaders here are sending a unified message. Action is needed to ensure this never happens again. We should warn you that the following video is hard to watch.
Where's the shooter?
Terrifying video provided to CBS News by a parent shows panicked children running out of the chapel at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis, moments after a shooter opened fire during morning mass Wednesday.
This tragedy is so commonplace that it's basically like reminding people that school is back in session at this point when a school shooting takes place. That's how common it is in the United States of America. Having said that, we already know what the problems are here. We already know how to fucking stop it. Other countries don't have these sorts of issues. I wonder why. Now, of course, the reaction to yet another school shooting taking place in the United States of America has also become serialized. People are now immediately running to attack whatever group or identity they fucking despise as the singular sole responsible party here. They're claiming that the shooter was trans. I don't know. I've seen information that they might have been. I've seen information that they were a detransitioner. But one thing that is 100% certain is that the shooter was a fucking Nazi. Okay? And it's interesting because while the overwhelming majority of school shooters and mass shooters alike are actually white men, okay, on the younger side, the overwhelming majority, like it's like 98% or something. It's fucking nuts, right? There's been like 3 trans shooters in the last decade, as opposed to like 98% is all white men. These people immediately go, oh, the shooter is trans. We got to do something about trans people. And what's crazy about it is that the last 3 shootings of this sort were actually conducted by non-white men. There was a femcel neo-Nazi, a white woman. There was a black Hebrew Israelite / white supremacist neo-Nazi, a black man. And last but not least, this person who I think is a detransitioner or is trans, it doesn't matter, but still a neo-Nazi. Now, what's interesting about this is that they are all coming from the same group. They're all coming from the same Telegram circles that they're in. This is the Order of 9 Angles, and it's other decentralized subsidiary groups, and it's very clear from the same pattern that is developed in all of these other shootings that have taken place, and all these other like universal incidents of terrorism that have taken place, that they are getting fucking radicalized at these insanely niche, hyper-specific, esoteric, neo-Nazi, satanic groups that they have on Telegram channels. They just actively seek out more and more insane shit. And ultimately, their goals are 9 angles, not 9 angels. People say it's 9 angels, but it's 9 angles, I'm pretty sure. Now, there's no firm connection to O9A so far, Order of 9 Angles. But the suspicion is there because of the patterns that exist in this shooting, as opposed to all the other shootings as well. Okay, I covered this group when we were talking about the Roblox suspected terrorism incident. It's actually shocking how insane their worldview is. Like these guys are one step above the the Groyper movement. They're like even more insane than the Groyper movement. They start their radicalization trajectory in the same ways that many others do, where they like watch, you know, SJWs get owned compilations or whatever, or maybe they have like a fucking bad breakup and they're like looking for you know, some fuck women content or whatever the fuck. And then they slowly but surely go through the process of radicalization online through the algorithms and get to like the Groyper movement. And then some of them beyond the neo-Nazi Groyper movement seek out even more insane, more esoteric versions of expressions of neo-Nazi sentiment. And they find themselves in these groups that are directly created to have these sorts of acts of terror, and they celebrate these sorts of acts of terror, and they actually try to actively get people in these Telegram groups to get radicalized enough to commit acts of terror themselves. It's like a grooming cult, basically, but it's primarily online. It's Terrorgram O9A and 764 and other assorted accelerationist communities. This stuff used to be on 4chan and 8chan, but now it's gone even deeper into stranger forms. I would describe them as a nihilistic, esoteric, fascist accelerationist, which is disturbing because it's the same ideology informing J.D. Vance via Nick Land and co. Yes, but of course, J.D. Vance is too fucking rich and too invested in like becoming president to ever entertain this kind of shit. It's just the underpinnings of this fascist ideology, this fascist accelerationist ideology is the same, but obviously J.D. Vance is not going to be doing a fucking school shooting anytime soon. It's the Curtis Yarvin, like they have similarities, like JD Vance and the Silicon Valley Tech CEO affiliates have like similarities with that same kind of like esoteric accelerationism, esoteric fascist accelerationist ideas, but it's definitely definitely not super common, I would say. Now, the thing is, while it's not super common, because like how many people do you know that like directly worship school shooters and fucking white supremacist terrorists like this person did, right? There's not that many of them, because that's like, you have to be fucking insane. But the problem is when you combine no adequate healthcare solutions for deep mental health complications that kids are experiencing, and you combine like isolationism or isolation that they feel and alienation that they feel, and also an immediate arsenal that is readily available at a moment's notice, and you create this powder keg where even a couple dudes in a fucking Telegram channel can decide to do something so impactful and so traumatic. Yeah, James Berger was 21. James Berger is the Texas guy who was LARPing as like a Islamic jihadist on Roblox. He got investigated and was arrested by the FBI. This Robin person was 22. The Nazi girl was 15. The black white supremacist, I forget, was also, I think, underage as well. So they prey on a lot of like lonely and fucked up kids for the most part, or like young adults, and try to egg them on into committing an act of suicidal terror. Okay. And yes, there is no minimum age for recruitment. They recruit as young as 8, and a lot of these communities also are like actively like pedophilic as well, which should not be shocking at all. I checked the Twitter account of this person when it was available, and there was a bunch of like everything was memes. Everything was like masquerading as memes, but they'd be like, "Oh, me and the Diddy Bloods." And then it was like a video of like a child, being sexually assaulted. So a lot of this stuff like masquerades as like edgy, nihilistic, esoteric neo-Nazi memes. But in reality, these people do fucking believe it. Yes, Eskişehir mosque stabbing was another one of these as well. It even happened in Turkey. On August 12, 2024, a mass stabbing attack took place outside of Tepebaşı Cami in Eskişehir, Turkey. The suspect behind the attack has been identified as 18-year-old Arda Küçükyetim. The attack was live-streamed on Kick through a camera attached to the suspect's vest. 5 people were stabbed and injured before Küçükyetim was detained by the police. One of these people was hospitalized in serious condition, but has since then recovered. Anyway.
It was like right beside me. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows.
5th grader Weston Halsney said he hid under a pew as the shooter fired through the windows from outside.
My friend Victor like saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit. He's really brave, and I hope he's good in the hospital.
Police say 2 students, an 8 and 10-year-old, were killed, and the shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound in the church parking lot. It's not clear if the shooter ever entered the building.
That coward has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. No prior criminal history. As to the weapons used to perpetrate this horrific attack, there was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All 3 had been lawfully purchased.
According to law enforcement, first responders swarmed the scene immediately, rushing the 17 surviving victims to area hospitals. And after parents arrived to reunite with their children, some visibly overcome by emotion, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry said it was time to take action.
Don't just say this is about thoughts and prayers right now. These kids were literally praying. They should be able to go to school or church in peace without the fear or risk of violence, and their parents should have the same kind of assurance.
Yeah. It's really interesting that I think yesterday Asmongold was talking about how the shooter was a leftist and whatnot. But I believe he recently tweeted about how it's not about politics. And I wonder it's because he realized that the shooter's actual nihilistic edgelord pro-Anders Breivik tendencies were actually far closer to someone like his worldview, as also another Anders Breivik enjoyer. For those of you who don't know, Anders Breivik, of course, is a very famous, very prominent neo-Nazi terrorist who in Norway conducted one of the most one of the worst acts of terror that Norway has ever faced. He went to an island where there was like a Marxist social democrat youth movement that was gathering, and he shot a bunch of people. He actually blew up a government building as well, which is someone that Asmongold clearly enjoyed so much that he actually nabbed Anders Breivik's WoW account username for himself and celebrated that. It's just interesting because he did this yesterday. I believe he was talking about how trans the shooter was and how leftist the shooter was, but maybe I'm wrong. So I wonder why he changed his attitude here. Anyone trying to play the blame game when a shooting happens and say which side the shooter was on is a fucking R word? Read the comments, the manifesto. They're not right or left wing. They're insane. These people transcend politics and operate in the realm of psychosis. Yeah. Interesting. And of course, because these tragedies are so commonplace that like everyone has their own version. Everyone has their own version of like, how do I make this about my worldview? Yeah. Well, pretty sure if there's like a similarity between this shooter and their worldview, I think it's closely associated with Asmongold's at least former political positions. I don't know if he still maintains this pro-Anders Breivik stance.
Like, I'll just say it the way it is. A lot of people might not like this. That's why I'm going to do it. The amount of like LGBT people that very openly and just brazenly advocate for and celebrate violence against people that don't acknowledge their lifestyle as being legitimate needs to be zero. The amount of people that should be doing that on social media, the goal number of that should be zero. And right now it's socially tolerated in a way that I think is completely unacceptable. Like, I'll just say it the way it is. A lot of people might not like that.
That's interesting. Remember when he said Palestinians are an inferior culture that deserve to be genocided because they don't like the gays? Kind of feels like his worldview is all over the place, huh? Almost feels like he's just at the mercy of whatever his chat is saying. Once again, I wonder if he'll ever cover like the Destiny or Ethan Klein drama. And if he hasn't, I wonder why. I don't know. Maybe he will. Who knows? He said he won't because of legal matters. Huh, interesting. It's just odd. Or maybe because he's a pussy who's too afraid of Destiny coming after him. And right now, he's still a reliable vehicle for both Destiny and Ethan Klein at different times to attack someone like myself. How's that for being Mr. Brave? Because right now, let's be real, a lot of political content creators kind of avoid talking about Asmongold because they're afraid of his audience. They're afraid of the wrath of his audience, right? I'm not, but there are large enough communities that normally wouldn't care about such things. Those communities, of course, have their crosshairs on someone like myself, or maybe in this circumstance, one another. The reality is everybody knows who those communities are and what their communities behave like, and they simply don't want the smoke. So they will refuse to cover this kind of thing and only cover it if it's someone like myself, because I take a principled position and don't actually actively demand that my community go after my enemies and dox them and fucking constantly try to get them deplatformed. That's it. That's the reason. No one's going to like it, so I'm going to say it. This is his entire business. Jamais. Oh, okay. No worries. Anyway.
Now, law enforcement executed 4 search warrants yesterday, 1 at Annunciation and 3 at residences tied to the shooter. The police chief said a smoke bomb was discovered at the church and additional firearms were being recovered at those residential locations. Maurice.
Okay. Usher Qureshi, thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Thompson. I'm the acting United States Attorney for the District of Minnesota. Yesterday, Minnesota was attacked. It was an attack, first and foremost, on our children and our families, an attack at a school and in a place of worship. It was also an attack on our city, our state, and our country. The U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, ATF, and other federal law enforcement are working with state and local partners to investigate this heinous act. Our investigation is twofold. First, we are seeking to confirm what we believe to be true, which is that the shooter acted alone and that no one else was involved, that the threat died with the shooter yesterday. We believe that to be true, but we'll leave no stone unturned to ensure the safety of our community. Second, we are investigating the motive, why and how this happened. The shooter left behind hundreds of pages of writings that describe the shooter's plan, writings that describe the shooter's mental state, and more than anything, writings that describe the shooter's hate, pure, indiscriminate hate. The shooter expressed hate towards almost every group imaginable. The shooter expressed hate towards black people. The shooter expressed hate towards Mexican people. The shooter expressed hate towards Christian people. The shooter expressed hate towards Jewish people. In short, the shooter...
I guess he was Muslim then, huh? Oh, wait. The shooter was a fucking psychotic neo-Nazi who literally celebrated the Christchurch mosque shootings.
Appeared to hate all of us. The shooter's heart was full of hate. There appears to be only one group that the shooter didn't hate. One group of people who the shooter admired. The group were the school shooters and mass murderers that are notorious in this country. The shooter idolized some of the most notorious school shooters and mass murderers in our country's history.
And around the world. Anders Breivik, the Christchurch massacre. Wait a minute. I thought the shooter was a trans woke lefty. What? That's so crazy. How could this have happened? I just don't understand why you don't actively say the shooter is in very clearly a fucking Nazi. Like, what's going to happen? You're worried about other Nazis being like, this is not us? What are you, defaming Nazis? Like, the shooter is very clearly a Nazi. All of the fucking signs point to that. And yes, Nazis can be anti-Christian too. It's not that strange. There are plenty prominent fucking neo-Nazis that are pagan, that are anti-Christian as well. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck is going on right now?
I won't name them, just like I won't name the shooter. They don't deserve to have their names remembered. As I said, the shooter left behind hundreds of pages of writings. There is a lot to digest, and we'll know more in the coming days and weeks as we've had an opportunity to go through them. But reading them, one thing is clear. And it's going to be hard to hear, but it's important to the question of why this happened. More than anything, the shooter wanted to kill children, defenseless children. The shooter was obsessed with the idea of killing children. The shooter saw the attack as a way to target our most vulnerable among us while they were at their
he's
most
a literal, a pedophile neo-Nazi. Is he saying he was Israeli? No. Yeah. One thing that has really troubled me about Christchurch is considering the scale of recruitment that it offered for O9A, Order of Nine Angles, derived ideologies. How many irony poison kids went for looking for the video in 2019 right into the open arms of a terrorgram? 5 digits, 6 digits. These are all some of the fucking confirmed affiliates. And they literally operate on fucking Roblox and shit. It's not a joke. Look, they are on Roblox. They're talking to your young relatives. What's crazy is that they are going to turn around and unleash the most comprehensive, unlimited security apparatus, the unlimited surveillance machine, the most Israel-style surveillance machine you've ever seen in your life. Oh, brother. I wish my wallet was as thick as your skull. So they have more people. These are the ones who are motivated by Order of Non-Angle style affiliate groups. What is this?
Trace, as you know, correct.
Oh my God. Israeli grade ontology. Okay, I hadn't seen this clip, but I'm glad someone is saying it out loud. Wow.
Correct, 100%, and she's 100% correct. I am now about to launch Gideon, America's first ever AI threat detection platform built specifically for law enforcement. It scrapes the internet 24/7 using an Israeli-grade ontology to pull specific threat language and then routes it to local law enforcement. It's a 24/7 detective. It never sleeps, and it's going to get us in front of these attacks.
Would it have picked up on this, do you think?
100%. I wish my program would already be up. We're not launching until next week. I've got a dozen agencies on board, Trace. I just unloaded a major Northeast agency with over 2,700 sworn. This is America's early warning system.
Lieutenant Mark Evans.
Trace, as you know, correct, 100%, and she's 100% correct. I am now
We are so fucking cooked, bro. I mean, what do I say about this? What do I say about this? We're so goddamn cooked. Israeli grade ontology? What the fuck? Oh my God. Anytime anybody ever says like fuck Israel, they're going to have drone strikes happening now. Great. I've been telling you that these motherfuckers want Israel here, okay? They want Israel here for Christian supremacy, white supremacy. They want white Christian Israel, okay? This is quite literally the reason why Richard Spencer, famous prominent neo-Nazi Richard Spencer, used to say, I love Israel. I hate the Jews, but I love Israel. I want to do Israel here in America. How come they get to have an ethno-state? We should do the same. I'm glad this is where we're at now. It's awesome. Now we got fucking Palantir up our asshole. Obviously, I'm going to be talking about Palantir a little bit more extensively because Matthew Petty at Reason, the libertarian blog Reason, uncovered a trove of emails between Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak where they actually directly talk about Palantir as a use case for America. But that's later in the game. Let's get back to this shooter and the obvious background that you will not get anywhere else. This is why I say I have my own biases, but I'm at least honest about said biases. But ultimately, I will never look away from the truth. I will never shy away from reporting on whatever the fuck actually took place. So one of the only reasons why I even touch breaking news stories like this is usually to disparage the existing narratives before they fucking launch. Because in the aftermath of breaking news incidents like mass school shootings and things of that nature, right-wingers immediately storm the fucking battlefield and just start slinging. They're like, they used to do this after every single domestic terror incident and say, it's a Muslim, it's Islamic terror. Now they do it with trans people. And it's completely ridiculous. It is completely ridiculous because the government is using this as an opportunity to further shit on trans people, when in fact trans people have made up, I believe, three whole mass shooting incidents in the past decade, as opposed to white men, cisgender white men, making up like 98% of mass shooting incidents. So it's fucking crazy. It's like 0.01% of mass shooting incidents that have taken place have been conducted by trans people. And yet these guys say it's trans people every single time. Now, this person could potentially have been trans. There's some evidence to suggest that they were a detransitioner, as in they were trans at some point and then or they were transitioning at some point and then decided, like, I don't want to transition. I'm actually assigned male at birth, and I'm AMAB. I'm male. I'm not a trans woman. Okay, but it doesn't matter, because even if this person was trans, even if this person in the unimaginably unlikely scenario was not only trans, but also literally like a leftist or something, okay? Which that's not what happened. But even if that was the case, that would be the hyper rare exception. He watched you? No, he didn't. Why are you saying fucking stupid, nonsensical bullshit? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you think someone who literally fucking talks about 6 million Jews were not enough or whatever the fuck and is like in these neo-Nazi circles would ever watch me or be a fan of mine? If anything, they might have known who I am and despised me. I don't get why people say fucking stupid shit like this. Maybe they say it because maybe a hate watcher? No, they say it because they're fucking bored and they think it's a funny troll. They don't realize that there's already a bunch of people out there that are actively trying to claim that this is like another fan of mine. Okay. And what's crazy about that? Can you explain the Christchurch connection? I don't get it. Yes. The shooter venerated every single prominent neo-Nazi white supremacist terrorist around the globe. He did so by writing their names and hearts and things like that on their gear. Okay. He idolized these shooters. This is very common in the Order of Nine Angles style, hyper edgy, esoteric, nihilist, fascist, white supremacist groups that these guys participate in. It's classic. The shooter also talked about Brandon Herrera and how much he liked Brandon Herrera. Brandon Herrera, for those of you who don't know, is also known as the AK guy, who is a far right, also fairly racist. What? Haters tried to accuse you of making the shooter yesterday on your blast off. I don't care. You don't need to fucking actually bring this up. It's not shocking. The point is, it's so commonplace that these mass shootings take place. It's so common that people immediately fucking run to turn this into their favorite subject. Okay, they love being like, well, this person was responsible for it. My least favorite content creator online is actually responsible for it. It's dumb as fuck. Anyway, Bonchi says, so the shooter was trans, hated Trump, and hated Israel. Going to be really hard to spin this into he had no actual ideology. The shooter also praised Anders Breivik and Brendan Tarrant, anti-Muslim mass shooters, commemorated murdered wife of white separatist Randy Weaver and Timothy McVeigh. I'm not going to say the word, cited Waco. They need to instantly impose a clear ideology on mentally ill killers. The need to impose a clear ideology on mentally ill killers is stupid. There is, however, one through line that remains in a sea of indecipherable politics here. And I've already identified it, and I'm telling you, this is how these guys operate. They throw out a bunch of different things in the process. You can be a far-right neo-Nazi and hate Donald Trump. You can be a far-right neo-Nazi and hate Israel for obvious, for fucking anti-Semitic reasons, right? Many of these guys also hate Jews, yes, and they hate Israel. This platform is filled with countless pundit and influencer types trying hard to claim the shooter was motivated by whatever ideology or group they most hate. It was anti-Zionism. It was leftism. It was a far-right racism. Many, perhaps most mass shooters are principally ill. Okay, I don't agree with that either. I mean, I agree. Why did Glenn mention Asmon's WoW character? Oh, good one. Anders Nordic. See, also, you can turn the shooter into whatever you want if you try hard enough. Now that the shooter has been identified as a white male who was radicalized in part by previous white nationalist racist shooters who promoted anti-Semitic conspiracies that MAGA and GOP promote, I expect him to fall out of the news cycle like Vance Belter. Remember him. The killer heaped praise on two of the most notorious anti-Muslim mass murderers, Anders Breivik and Brendan Tarrant, but the real motive was Islam and love of Muslims, says Laura Loomer. The Minnesota shooter lives in one of the most Muslim cities in America with a Muslim congresswoman and had Islamic words and anti-Israel pro-Holocaust phrases written on the guns and magazines. Part of the reason why they dump all of these different indecipherable symbols into their gear, they write all this shit, is because they will get more traction in the media. Islamic words, by the way. What's the fucking Islamic word? The police should stop investigating to find the motive of the school shooter and just log on to X, where plenty of people already know what the motive is. They'd save a lot of time and effort, though. There are roughly 30 different political motives motives definitively offered. Yeah, and this guy goes, and yet they chose Pinochet's helicopter tours. I wonder what this person's worldview is. Pinochet's helicopter tours. Dog, you are closer to this fucking shooter in your worldview than anyone else. And yeah, of course, it's the school that the killer attended. Bade Roof Korean. I don't get that reference. What do you mean? It literally has the name Pinochet in it. He's not even saying helicopter tours. He's saying Pinochet's helicopter tours. Pinochet used to throw socialists and leftists, his military dictatorship used to throw socialists and leftists out of helicopters. That was their famous method of assassination. Roof Korean is a racist dog whistle that harkens back to the LA Rodney King riots that took place. Korean store owners went to their rooftops with weapons to try and defend their stores out of fears that black people were going to come in and riot and fucking steal shit. Except the only person that they ended up killing was another Korean guy in the process. It's not even like a super common thing that took place. There was a couple photos of like one of the people and yeah, these guys are just, it's a reference to both a systematized form of fascist violence with Pinochet's helicopter tours, again, anti-socialist, anti-communist violence, and then a reference to decentralized people's militia movements in the form of the rooftop Korean. Yeah. Yeah, targeting black people specifically, hypothetically, even though they literally killed Korean. I think 1 or 2 Koreans was the only people that they ended up shooting and killing in the process. Anyway, they shot 2, 1 died. Okay. It continues to blow my mind that you know all this. Why? I'm a fucking Ameriboo. So the notion that this is something that happens. This is something that happens all the time, right? It's not a secret, I think, at this point, that the far right is far more violent than the far left ever could be. People will point to like, Black Lives Matter protests and whatnot, and like broken down storefronts or whatever, to say that's not the case. Look at the BLM riots. They're all so scary or whatever the fuck. But like, there is no directional violence in the form of mass shootings and school shootings that are conducted by far left elements in this country. Okay? It's just not even close. That's not even a comparison. There's no comparison whatsoever. The overwhelming majority of domestic terror incidents that have taken place on U.S. soil post 9/11 have overwhelmingly come from far-right, anti-government radicals, okay? Many of them are white nationalists. Many of them are white supremacists. But the broadest categorization is far-right anti-government extremism. That's the FBI's designation, okay? Even if there are dudes who are Latino, this has also happened. They are still Nazis. Even if they are white women, they're still Nazis. There's a black white supremacist school shooting that took place recently. Okay? Straight up. Is not even a question. Like, people think, oh, well, this person is black, so it's obviously an extreme leftist incident. And then you look at their writing and it's like literally a dude saying like black people are the N-word and should all die. So the driving motivator is always white nationalism and white supremacy. Is not even a question. But what's actually crazy about it, in spite of that well-sourced, factually based reality that I am telling you, every single time there is another white nationalist neo-Nazi terrorism incident on U.S. soil, the fucking white nationalist neo-Nazis go online and try to say, this is not one of us. That's a trans person. This is not one of us. That's a woke. Did they have a blue hair? That's a woke. Did they shoot Donald Trump? That's a woke. These guys are so fucking violent, they even unload on their own preferred presidential candidate at times, okay? It's not my fault. That's a you problem. You got to deal with that. Even in like incidents such as David DePipe, the person, the fucking far-right psycho that went into Nancy Pelosi's home to try and kidnap Nancy Pelosi and kill Nancy Pelosi, we very quickly found out that his motives were because he was a Gamergate victim, which is so pathetic. This guy became far right because of Gamergate, okay? And as soon as his motives were known, or even before his motives were known, people, including Elon Musk, tried to say, nah, he's a gay homosexual lover of Paul Pelosi. He's not one of ours. He's a leftist. He's a woke. He wokely tried to kill Nancy Pelosi. It's like, bro, you're in the forums with these guys. You look exactly like these guys. You see the world from the same exact fucking destroyed lens as these guys. You're probably egging some of these guys on to go and commit the acts of domestic terror. And then when they finally do it, you turn around and go, not me. I can see your fucking profile name. It says like Groiper Himmler pedophile 1488. It's you. You're the next one. The fuck do you mean this guy is a woke? You were in the chat rooms with this motherfucker, and now you're acting like he's a leftist. What are you talking about? And if you have a level of fucking shame in your heart for like this kind of traumatic incident unfolding, then you should maybe reflect on your behavior online before you start immediately claiming that this person is a fucking woke or a radical leftist or some shit. And ultimately, all of this is still a distraction away from the real point of contention, the real problem here, which is impossible to solve because we fucking love the thing that people use to commit these atrocities, guns. Okay? That's it. It's the common denominator. And because we're never going to get gun control and people are tired of trying to demand gun control, okay, people just like look for alternative reasons. Some don't even look for alternative reasons nowadays. They just immediately go, up, the shooter's trans. Doesn't matter if the shooter is actually trans or not. Every single one of them is trans automatically. I thought maybe the attention would shift away from trans people back to Muslims like it used to in the good old days post 9/11. But nope, still trans. Maybe they're trans Muslims now. You know, put it together. Combine the two. Next time, it's not just trans, it's a trans Muslim who hated Israel. Jesus fucking Christ. It's so crazy.
At school and at church.
Yeah, Robin on July 29th was posting on Skibbity Farms. I can't believe that's what it's called. Jesus fucking Christ. That they were looking for music suggestions to shoot up a church. They got suggestions and also folks egged Robin on. These people come from the darkest corners of the internet. Yes. Skibbity Farms is like Kiwi Farms. It's a lolcow website. Remember, there are too many normies in here that don't know what this is, but there's this thing on the internet called lolcowing, okay? These guys love going to forums and finding, oftentimes, trans targets that are very vulnerable, that come from marginalized backgrounds, that have like mental health complications, and they dox them, and then they turn them into lolcows. Like they try to puppeteer their lives. It's a very dark process. Except, oh, that was debunked. That account is still posting today. Well, anyway, the process of lolcowing is still a very real concept, and it's very similar to the Order of Nine Angles, which is most likely where the shooter came from. I'm Gen Z and don't know half the words you're saying. This wasn't the shooter's account. This is why I wait to put stuff out. I'll respond in full tomorrow. Also, I am not going to shoot up a church. I'm not the Minneapolis shooter. He's a T-word who is dead, and I'm a dude who is in bed with your mom. Skibbity Farms, I think, is just like another one of those fucking lolcow forums out there where a lot of these like edgy neo-Nazis frequent, okay? It's a doxing forum, okay? It's a forum that is created with the express purpose of doxing and manipulating the lives of some of the most marginalized people and also content creators as well. Like some of the more common lolcows are people like Darkside Phil and what is it, Wings of Redemption, Boogie 1488, whatever. Those guys are more popular versions of that are like even normies are aware of, even if they don't know what that is, like what lolcowing is. Chris Chan is another one. That's a very famous one. And basically the goal there is to actively try to ruin the lives of these people that they target and make their life a living hell, just unbearable. And they try to do that by doxing them, calling, pizza deliveries to their homes, and then slowly but surely doing even more and more insane shit. It's basically like serialized gang stalking for content purposes. Now, but why? What does one achieve with that? A sense of community, a sense of shared purpose, a sense of making someone else's lives as miserable as their lives are in any given moment. In most circumstances, the people that are participating in this shit have the exact same kind of mental illness as the victims. They hate themselves, and this, I think, like reasserts a sense of control over their own lives by ruining another person's life. It's just like pure sadism, and some people enjoy it from afar because these people are fascinating, I guess, and other people actually actively tap the glass, as I like to call it, and that's like even less healthy than the already unhealthy fascination that people have with these figures. And I think that it's become even more commonplace, especially with like TikTok. The version of this on TikTok is what's that kid, the World of Shirts or whatever. Like that's a real life TikTok example of that, where people are egging these people on through live streams and egging these people on in any way, shape, or form. To actively push them further and further into the depths of depravity, and with like Kiwi Farms, for example, one of their goals is to like actively get trans people to kill themselves, right? So they have like a scoreboard of trans people that they've been able to successfully cause the suicide of. Another recent version of this was what happened with Kick, if you remember the French Kick streamers. They were participating in this process directly. Yeah, it's a horrifying thing that has become more normalized as the internet has gotten worse and worse. So literally the worst lore iceberg ever. I mean, what do you want me to do? It's just a thing that happens online. It's really fucked up. And it used to happen less frequently, but now it's unfolding in real time, in broad daylight. It's like normies are engaging in it without realizing that they're engaging in it. But the reason why I'm bringing up all of this is because there's an even darker side to this, which is what the Order of Nine Angles is, where a lot of these people who are like deeply mentally ill that find themselves in the throes of radicalization, far-right radicalization, that desperately seek out even more edgy, more radical forms of self-actualization through, neo-Nazi sentiment and the like, find themselves in these groups called terrorgram groups. They're Telegram, which is a social media platform that's operated by some Russian dude and is, as far as I know, I think, or until recently was not, didn't have any backdoors into intelligence communities in the West. They have Lamau passing blame. What do you mean? So the victims hated their life? The victims? I'm not talking about the victim. I'm talking about the perpetrator of this act of terror. I think you might be too stupid to understand the English language. Like I'm very clearly communicating what is. The victims are little kids. I'm talking about the fucking mass shooter and how this mass shooter found themselves in this in the throes of radicalization. Why is this Asmongold acolyte? Anyway, I think you misspoke and said hate their lives as much as the victims. Oh, when I was talking about lolcowing, yes, the victims in that situation do hate their lives. Yes, they do. Yeah. And they actually identify suicidal tendencies deliberately and push into it. They lean into it to try to egg them on, to drive them to the point of suicide. Yes. But this other thing that I'm talking about is different. And it's an even more depraved version of this, but structurally it works in the same way. You find like people that are just deeply mentally ill, deeply resentful, deeply angry, and they frequent these like Telegram channels, broadly known as Terrorgram. And the goal there is not dissimilar to the goal that lolcow enjoyers engage in. But in this circumstance, the goal there is to egg on one another to commit an act of terror. Okay? That's it. So these people are like, ooh, we're so edgy, we're being nihilistic. But the goal there is to get people that are in these Telegram groups to go out They offer reverence and great respect to former white nationalists, white supremacist terrorists, and their ultimate goal is to become a revered figure such as those that came before them. And they actively egg people on, and this is yet another shooter that came out of one of these groups.
I won't dignify the shooter's words by repeating them. They are horrific and vile.
Call.
But in short, the shooter wanted to watch children suffer. Yesterday was a tragedy for this city and our state. My heart goes out to the entire Annunciation community. Their loss is unimaginable. I want the state of Minnesota to know that when a tragedy like this occurs, we all stand together. Federal, state, and local law enforcement work together side by side. The FBI, the ATF, the BCA, Minneapolis Police Department, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, including their victim advocates who have been working with the families yesterday and today. The list goes on. This has been a tough summer for Minnesota, but I take heart knowing that we all stand together in confronting this evil. Thank you. I'll turn it back to Chief O'Hara.
New details come out about the moments inside the church.
Yes.
About the doors being locked, how that might have protected some kids. Could you talk to us about that?
So the question was about the doors being locked at the church. Annunciation Church had a practice that once Mass began, they locked the doors of the church. This incident occurred shortly after the Mass was beginning. So there's no question that the fact that the doors were locked likely saved additional lives. At the same time, we also know that the shooter intended to barricade and did barricade the doors on the same side of the church where the shooting occurred. So what's particularly heinous and cowardly about this is these children were slaughtered by a shooter who could not see them. He was standing outside of the building, firing through very narrow church windows on the level where they would line up with the pews. And even ultimately, when he got to the rear of the church, was an entryway that's basically all glass, and fired out the window where a person could walk in, ultimately did not walk in.
It's crazy. What about door control is unironically a thing that we used to make fun of, and now it's like the first question, and it's a given, and then the answer is no, there was door control. Don't worry. Well, it seems to me that even door control is ineffective. Maybe we should control another element that is at the heart of every single one of these incidents.
Before the shooting? I did not say that. So the question was, did the shooter attend Mass in the weeks before? We know that previously the shooter had attended that parish and had attended that school when they were younger.
Is there anything, any evidence that this person was radicalized or part of some online groups or anything like that that would have inspired this behavior?
Yeah. So the question was if the individual was radicalized, I guess, for a specific cause or a part of some online groups. And the answer is no, we have not found evidence of that, other than, again, just this fascination in general with many, many different previous mass shootings, mainly in this country, but also some from around the world.
So many stories are now emerging of the panicked moments inside that church and also the bravery of everyone who was inside that church as well. We're joined now by 13-year-old Javen Willis. He's an 8th grader at Annunciation. He's with us along with his mother, Melissa. Javen, let me start with you. I know you've been at Annunciation for a number of years now. You're in Mass, and all of a sudden you hear those shots ring out. What did you do then, Javen?
Well, right when I heard the shots, I knew something was off. I didn't think that they would have, a lot of my classmates thought it was confetti and fireworks, but I didn't think they would have that during the middle of the church service. So honestly, it was just, at that point, I was like, I want to try to keep everybody as safe as possible. So I told me and my 2 buddies to get down and to get under the pew. And right when I told them that, it was like a state of shock for me, and I knew that I had to try to keep as many people around me as I could safe.
While you're down there on the floor, keeping yourself safe, keeping your buddies safe, what was going through your mind?
Well, right when it happened, I dropped down under the pew, like I said, and I prayed. I said my few prayers, and then I realized, like, I can't just sit here and focus on myself, knowing that with God on my side, I would be fine. So I tried to just go and help out my fellow classmates, try to keep them calm and safe and let them know that they'll be okay.
You're a young man of great faith. I understand that you were just baptized last week. Mom, I want to turn to you for a second, because as I understand it, you're on this, like a lot of moms, you're on this text thread with moms. You're at work. You start to hear about what's going on there at the church. You spring into action. You get to the gym. What did you see when you got there? What was that experience like for you?
I mean, it was terrifying. You just never think that this is going to be your reality. There was quite a large perimeter set up, so I just parked as soon as I got within a couple of blocks of the school. And by the time I got there, they were already starting to let parents into the gym to look for our kids. So I didn't have to wait, thankfully. But yeah, they were ushering us all in and down to the gym where the kids were all at to find our kids.
And you saw your boy there, and you were able to put your arms around him for the first time. What'd you say?
Yeah, I just cried. I just thanked God and cried and held him. And, you know, just thankfully I was one of the ones who did get to see my kid when I got there.
Thank you. You've got a special young man there, too, by the way. Javen, I heard as you were leaving the church, you were fist bumping the officers and thanking them on the way out.
Yeah, I didn't want to just sit there and think about it, so I just thanked the officers, because without them, who knows how much worse this could have been. It was bad in general, but it could have been way worse than that if they didn't.
Bro, we're officially getting dumber in society. Every fucking outlet is like looking to interview the kids. They're like, yeah, this kid loves cops. Like, it's just like, what is, oh my Lord, dude. What the fuck? It's just like, people just like come in and ask like feedback from 12-year-olds that just experienced a mass shooting. Like, this concept is so busted to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like the friend who's too woke. But I truly don't understand that. But I guess, fuck it, you know? Fuck it. Dystopia time. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah, thank you for being brave, little one, for withstanding a mass shooting. That's crazy. Like, nowhere on the planet should a 13-year-old feel unsafe like this. Of course, this is the reason why I keep repeating over and over again that, like, a society that does this to its own children and refuses to find solutions to stop this from happening to its own children is not going to give a fuck about kids in Gaza. Okay? That's it. That's it. And it's not just like, it's white children too, which is the highest form of child in the eyes of a white supremacist society. We let little white babies get killed. So of course, nobody gives a shit about what's going on in Gaza. It's like a sacrifice that we must make because the weapons manufacturing, the small arms manufacturing industry has to, you know, keep turning profit year over year. Come on. That's it.
Heard Jonah Kaplan talking there with Anders Holeen, a father. He also caught up with Holeen's 9-year-old daughter, June, who was inside the church when the shooting happened. And Jonah is here now with us. Jonah, good morning to you.
Maurice, it's so tough to kind of just comprehend what happened, and especially when you talk with these incredible...
RPG sauce, I don't want this sub. Can you take it away? No, you're cooked. Everybody now knows you are a diehard Hasanabi head. That's right. You have to live with that stain for the rest of your life. He's not even following, but he can write in the chat because he's subbed. Everybody point at RPG. Everybody welcome RPG Sauce, a lover of this community, a prominent fixture of this community, one of the most important parts of this community. You are branded, tarnished with a scarlet letter that will forever be a stain on your reputation on this website that you've been on since 2020-05-15. Yeah, you've been branded. One of the cornerstones, yeah, a pillar. A pillar. He can't leave. He's in here. He's in here with us. He's stuck here with us forever.
Children, so many survivors, nearly 400 were inside the church. That included June in 4th grade, her younger sister who just started 1st grade, sitting in the back of the church with their classmates, with their teachers. And when they heard that gunfire, of course, everything changed in that mass. We asked them what happened at that moment that they knew something was wrong.
I heard the noise and I kind of got scared at first. It was like a big firework that was like super duper duper like close. Like if like somebody did a firework that didn't launch off like in your ear, that's kind of how loud.
What were you most scared?
I was scared about if I would get hurt. I was worried about like everybody getting like hurt and injured.
So you heard it, someone grabbed you?
My teacher just jumped on the floor and she kind of like motioned like for me to get down. And so then me and my buddy just followed her. And then she kind of grabbed my hand a little bit.
What was it like with your buddy holding your hand like that? How did that make you feel?
A little bit safer.
Did it feel like she was kind of watching out for you?
Yeah.
Okay, and you run to the Starbucks.
Yeah. They were letting us like try and call our parents and stuff.
Okay, there's got to be more.
Well, this morning we're also learning more about the people impacted by this horrific shooting.
Okay.
Reagan. Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions for you. Sure. Democrats, including former White House Press Secretary Jen.
I'm trying to think of any benefit to this, and all I can think of is maybe this resensitizes people to school shootings, but like, why the fuck do people need to be resensitized to fucking kids dying? No, I don't think this does anything. I don't think people think about like the humanity of the victims. I think it's just like a pure fascination, I guess. I don't know. I don't see what the newsworthiness of that is. We are the only country that thinks this is cool, by the way. I know. That's true. We're the only nation on the planet where this happens with regular frequency, and we just keep going, I don't know how to fix it. We know how to fix it. Nobody wants to fix it. It's just not happening.
And Psaki and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey attacked prayer and pushed gun control in the aftermath of yesterday's shooting. What's the White House's response to their comments?
Yes, I saw the comments of my predecessor, Ms. Psaki, and frankly, I think they're incredibly insensitive and disrespectful to the tens of millions of Americans of faith across this country who believe in the power of prayer, who believe that prayer works, and who believe that.
Oh my God. Oh my God, brother. Oh my God, dude. How dare you? How dare you speak out against the power of prayer? It's the only thing we got against the fucking stopping school shootings.
What's the White House's response to their comments?
That's what it is, yeah.
Secretary Jen Psaki and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey attacked prayer and pushed gun control.
Attacked prayer and pushed gun control. I hate this fucking place, dude. We are so stuck. They said thoughts and prayers clearly don't work. This was a shooting at a church during the process of prayer. Okay? They're not even being like r/edgy atheists. Okay? They're simply saying a fact. They're saying that we need solutions. And thoughts and prayers is being cynically deployed as a mechanism to not find solutions. And now they've decided that this is the new culture war that culture warriors will fight on, which is, well, how dare you come after Christian prayers? Just say you don't think mythology is real. Oh, you're so disrespectful. No, it's not even that. This isn't even about like a fucking admonishment of Christianity or prayer, dude. What the fuck? They are cynically reframing it as such in an effort to hyper focus on another perceived victimhood narrative. No, it's bait. He's agreeing with me and he's making a joke. But I'm not even saying like fuck Christianity or some shit. And neither are those people. Okay? I know that person was just like joking around. This is what Jen Psaki tweeted. Prayers not freaking enough. Prayers does not end school shootings. Prayers do not make parents feel safe sending their kids to school. Prayer does not bring these kids back. Enough with the thoughts and prayers. I hate these fucking demonic entities too, because none of them give a fuck about God or Christianity, and they just simply wear it like a defense mechanism, okay? Like, yeah, Jen Psaki sucks or whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. She's not wrong. It's literally correct. Thoughts and prayers is most commonly deployed in the aftermath of these things. And there's a reason why people immediately joke about, oh, thoughts and prayers, because they just deploy it as a way to push the conversation back, to push the actual conversation that needs to be had, which is gun control. Okay? They don't want real solutions to this, so they just go, oh, thoughts and prayers. Now they've decided to attack people saying we need real solutions, not thoughts and prayers, by cynically claiming that, cynically making it seem as though these are like people demonstrating anti-Christian sentiment. It's another evasion mechanism. It's another way to deflect the attention away from a productive solution, even productive discourse. Okay? We pray because our hearts are broken. We pray because we know God listens. We pray because we know God works in mysterious ways and can inspire us to further action. Why do you feel the need to attack people praying for their kids when kids were just killed praying? Well, that's kind of the point, don't you think? That's kind of the point. Like, kids were killed while they were literally in the process of praying. We should do everything in our power to make sure that that doesn't happen, you know? Of all the weird left-wing culture wars in the last few years, this is by far the most bizarre. How dare you pray for innocent people in the midst of tragedy? What are you even talking about? He knows exactly what people are talking about. He has to posture like he's too stupid to understand. I don't think J.D. Vance gives a single fuck about Christianity or God or prayers, by the way. Okay? Suck my dick. I really hate to be all Reddit atheist, but like, if you're a religious person, what message are you supposed to take away from a mass shooting happening in a place of worship that your God willed it to happen? Either you heard God prayers and hates you, or you didn't hear, which means your prayers do nothing. I mean, yeah, it's just so stupid. It's so stupid that you'd be like, oh, well, how dare you attack thoughts and prayers? No, dumbass. They're not attacking the concept or the function of prayer. They're saying that clearly prayer doesn't fucking work. We need actual solutions, because you dumb fucks cynically deploy thoughts and prayers as a way to push the conversation back until people forget about it. Oh,
Miss Saki, and frankly, I think they're incredibly insensitive and disrespectful.
I can't wait for the 700 different like slop tuber oriented videos that come out of like, they hate God. They hate God. The left attacks God, gets owned in the marketplace of ideas. Oh God, it's just deflection. The more you have a conversation around like whether the left hates God or not, the further you move away from finding a productive solution to this problem.
Respectful to the tens of millions of Americans of faith across this country who believe in the power of prayer, who believe that prayer works, and who believe that in a time of mourning like this, when beautiful young children were killed while praying in a church, it's utterly disrespectful to deride the power of prayer in this country, and it's disrespectful to the millions of Americans of faith. And I would encourage Ms. Saki to pray for these families themselves who need it right now more than ever.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube.
We now turn to new details about who's behind a series of security scares on college campuses.
This morning, as police in Minneapolis investigate the nation's most recent school shooting, college campuses across the country are grappling with active shooter hoaxes.
We were eating, and me and him went to go throw out our garbage, and we saw the active shooter alert, so everybody started running off.
In recent days, police flooding the University of South Carolina, the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, and Villanova.
We didn't hear anything, didn't see anything. An officer came in with his pistol drawn, asked us if we heard any gunshots. We said no. He said, pack everything up that you have, get out of the building.
A swatting group called Purgatory is believed to be behind those hoax calls and nearly a dozen others, resulting in lockdowns and, in some cases, panic.
Purgatory is a group of young people that are located in various countries. They come together online and they operate as an organized cell, engaging in swatting for hire or swatting for their own purposes to include gaining notoriety. They want to gain notoriety so others will hire them for more swatting.
At least 10 hoax calls to universities were apparently made using Google Voice services. The calls even featured the sound of gunshots. The Purgatory Group is said to offer its followers a menu of services, charging as little as $20 for each hoax threat.
In some cases, those engaging in swatting are young. They are teenagers. I've seen cases where they've been in high school. They will sometimes get paid to swat, often not for a lot of money, but they really do it for the notoriety. They do it for the thrill.
Now, officials are reminding people that issuing any hoax threat is a federal crime.
A couple questions on the shooting yesterday. The first one, this is the second shooting involving a trans-identifying shooter who specifically targeted Christians and Catholic kids. What kind of consequences do the gender-affirming therapists, doctors, or even the parents of these shooters face after these types of shootings?
Well, as for the parents and potential therapists in this case, again, all of that is still currently being investigated by the FBI. I know the Secretary of Health and Human Services this morning said that HHS is investigating perhaps links between some of these drugs and these prescription drugs that some of these minors may be taking and an increase in violence. And obviously we have mental health problems in this country that this administration and Secretary Kennedy will continue to speak out about and the work that we're doing to solve it.
Thank you. And just to follow up, I've seen a lot of calls for action, among these lawmakers saying that we shouldn't just be praying. One that I've seen on the right, actually, is calls for the FBI to institute a new class of domestic terrorism that involves trans ideology. Is that something that the administration...
Kennedy renews attack on antidepressants after church shooting. That's awesome. Every new school shooting is a new opportunity for people in positions of power, by the way, to tackle whatever fucking gripes that they personally have. Okay? Awesome. Seriously. RFK's like, oh, it's the antidepressants. We're going to make them illegal. JD Vance is talking about how, the left hates prayer or some shit. There are people online that are, there are Kash Patel and other people online are like, oh, this is because of trans people. We should lock up every trans person. Incredible stuff.
I would have to check with the appropriate people on that.
We do have other news this morning, including a mass.
Yeah, meanwhile, the CDC is on fire. CDC Director Susan Menares ousted less than 1 month after being confirmed by Senate.
Massive shakeup at the Centers for Disease Control. Now, the White House says it's fired CDC Director Susan Menares barely 1 month after she took over. Her lawyers say she, quote, refused to rubber stamp unscientific, reckless directives and fire dedicated public health experts. Other top CDC officials have resigned. So let's bring in CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder, editor-at-large for public health at KFF Health News. Celine, good morning. I want to start with the status of the director, Susan Menares, as well as these other resignations. What can you tell us?
What do they think is going to happen if they cut access to antidepressants? These guys say mental health is the primary thing here, the primary reason why these sorts of incidents take place. And then they're like, and we want to make sure that the limited number of people who do have access to this medication no longer have access to it. What the fuck do you think is going to happen after that? What are we talking about? I guess, fuck it, purge time? I don't know. It's just, it is eugenics for sure. It's just, if you are in any way, shape, or form, suicidal, depressive, and you are medicating, and that's allowing you to be a functioning member of society, then, we're going to shut that off for you too.
This is a complete meltdown at the CDC right now. I've spoken to dozens of employees at the CDC over the last day. Here's what they've told me. On Monday, Dr. Menares was scheduled to have an in-person all-hands meeting to reassure the staff that they were doing what they need to be doing to make them safe. That meeting was canceled. It was considered not a priority. She was summoned to Washington, D.C. There's been some friction between Menares and Kennedy over vaccines, in particular COVID vaccines, and the upcoming CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee meeting that's coming up in September. There are a lot of concerns about what's going to be said there. Is this going to be his moment to announce, vaccines do cause autism, of which I want to be clear, there's still no evidence of that. It's been thoroughly debunked. And then also that the administration has been unhappy with the way that she was talking about the shooting at the CDC. She wanted to write an op-ed about it, was stopped from doing so. And we're really dealing with a massive power vacuum, leadership vacuum, because it's not just Dr. Menares who's gone. You have 25% of the staff that's been fired. It's the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. A number of the directors of the various individual centers have also been pushed out. And then 3 additional center directors resigned yesterday.
So if there's already a meltdown, there's already chaos, these calls for the ouster of Secretary Kennedy at HHS, which oversees CDC. Tell me about those. Are those helpful? Are they hurtful? What are people saying?
Well, I can tell you overnight, Republican Senator Bill Cassidy, who's also a physician, he contested the removal of CDC Director Susan Monterez, and he said this will require oversight. He did not, however, address reports that she actually had reached out to him when she was dealing with some of these issues with Secretary Kennedy prior to her ousting. Senator Bernie Sanders said it's outrageous that Secretary Kennedy is trying to fire the CDC director for her commitment to public health and vaccines. And he's also calling for a hearing with Kennedy and the CDC director. And then you have Senator Patty Murray, who's calling for the immediate firing of Secretary Kennedy. She said, if there are any adults left in the White House, it's well past time they face reality and fire RFK Jr. He is a dangerous man.
So hearing about these firings, what does this mean for the American people?
Look, the CDC, and this happens so much in the background, a lot of people don't realize the degree to which the CDC impacts the health of their communities, because a lot of this is filtered through state and local health departments, nonprofits in your community, but everything from the safety of your food, your water, gun violence, immunizations, falls by the elderly in nursing homes.
Ripple effect can touch all of us.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to touch all of us. It's public health.
Yeah, Dr. Ganner, thanks for bringing some order to the chaos. Appreciate it.
That was the scene as a wave of Russian drones.
New CDC director is a close ally of Peter Thiel. Trump admin names new acting CDC director after Monterez fighting. Is awesome. Let's just give Peter Thiel the government, dude. Fuck it. We have mass shootings taking place. So obviously, what's the solution? Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel's Palantir surveillance technology with Israeli ontology, okay, equipped. What's the solution to the CDC director? Bring in a Peter Thiel acolyte. That's what we got to do, you know? It's awesome. Jim O'Neill, a top deputy Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy to serve as acting director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention following the ouster of Susan Monterez, who lasted mere weeks in her position. The White House removed CDC Director Susan Monterez from her post for not being aligned with the president's agenda of making America healthy again, according to the White House spokesperson Kush Desai. But she's now saying the decision must come directly from Trump, who has not said anything publicly about her ouster. It's already been proven that SSRI meds raise your chances of self-harm. Why are people surprised? Why? Why did these? Dude, you deserve this country. You really do. You deserve RFK Jr., bro. You know, good luck. What is this? I think I hate this freak as much as I hate Trump.
Child is supposed to look like. I'm looking at kids as I walk through the airports today, as I walk down the street, and I see these kids that are just overburdened with mitochondrial challenges, with inflammation. You can tell from their faces, from their body movements, and from their lack of social connection. And I know that that's not how our children are supposed to look.
Dude, look at how you look. Look at yourself. Fuck you mean? That's not how a human is supposed to look like. And God forbid somebody try to take your peptides away. You can pry my peptides away from my cold dead hands. I will never give up my peptides, nor my HG. It's so wild that this motherfucker is literally the HHS secretary, man. Like, he is in charge of the CDC, bro. That's wild. What do you say? What do you do? What do you say? What do you do? So fucking crazy. Three other senior CDC officials resigned on Wednesday in reaction to her ouster. By the way, what is this? Fascinating thread from one of the leading researchers of RFK Sr. assassination. I was a friend briefly to RFK Jr., but the more I got to know him, the more I saw how he really had trouble telling fact from fiction. He could be so smart, especially about things he learned 20 years ago, but the things he read recently, he fell for just about anything conspiratorial. So horribly sad to see. And his stance on Palestine made me never want to talk to him again. He actually said, maybe it's better if all the Palestinians were killed by Israel. I wish I were making that up, but I'm not. I mean, he has said that publicly too. Let's be real. I was introduced to him by David Talbot, who had known him for years, because Talbot couldn't talk him down from one of the disinformation lines in the JFK assassination story that James Field killed JFK. He asked who knew that story could talk him out of it. I said, give him to me. We wrote about that in Probe, and I could convince him. He ignored my arguments, but when I sent him some actual data proving File's story to be false, he listened. Then I gained further credibility with him when I said, by the way, I know for a fact your father didn't approve of the Castro plots. Neither JFK nor RFK did, and it's in the CIA's own files that they didn't. That bonded us for a time. But then October 7 happened. I had a series of emails and phone texts with him. I think there was one voice combo in there as well. He kept quoting Alan Dershowitz as if he were an unbiased party. Most distressingly, he really seemed to think all Palestinians were taught from birth to kill Israelis, and therefore even babies were combatants. To be. That had to be completely destroyed for Israel's sake. I was horrified. I said to him, Bobby, you sound so racist. And that was pretty much the end of our discussion. He had launched his presidential bid and politely excused himself from further conversation. You know, it's really funny because he's also deeply anti-Semitic. It's just like he is like anti-Semitic in the way that you would assume him to be anti-Israel. You know what I mean? Like that level. I mean, he very openly said that the COVID COVID-19 pandemic was like crafted by Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese as a bioweapon to kill non-Jews and non-Chinese. Like that's crazy. And he's such a fucking conspiracy maximalist that, like, you know, there is no way that you believe in all those conspiracies and then don't assume that Jews are responsible for it. There's a level of conspiracy that once you go beyond it, it's always Jews that are responsible for it. And I know for a fucking fact RFK is at that level. So he just loves Israel, though. I heard from him. What I heard from him was when he called to ask me to help make a list of people that the CIA's records should be searched into the RFK assassination. This is Bobby, he said. I'm so furious at you, I said, literally shaking. Why, he asked. Palestine, I responded. He went back into it. They're taught from birth to kill. So are the Israelis, I said. He said, this is a subject for a much longer conversation. I said, what did you call me about? I love him and I can't stand him at the same time. What is this fucking riz that he has, dude? Ladies love this man. Okay? That I don't understand at all. Ladies love a little freak with a brainworm in his head, I think. He's a Kennedy? No, I don't get it, dude. He has evil riz. He really does. Chat, you don't understand. It's not even like Carol Hines or Cheryl Hines or whatever her name is, like the Larry David's wife in Curb Your Enthusiasm that he's married to. But like, remember, Olivia Newsy, that fucking writer that wrote a profile on him, fell in love with him. And like in the profile, she says he smells bad. Like, how do you do that? How do you go from he smells bad to like sexting this guy who is married? It doesn't make sense. No, we don't claim liking that man. Please, I beg you. You just have never been around him, okay? His stink-maxing aura has never captivated you. The olfactory cues being tickled by RFK Jr.'s disgusting scent. He's stinky. And ladies love a stinky man who's out of his fucking mind. Ugh. How can someone who has a big heart in some areas have such a cruel heart in others? He's a huge walking contradiction, but one thing I know for a fact, his truth meter is broken. Yeah. He's a quirked up stinky boy. Anyway, I'm going to skip this. We got more coverage. We covered the 60% of Americans. This guy says, seems that Tucker Carlson is seeing the future of the Republican Party. In contrast to the older Republicans, only 24% of younger ones sympathize mostly with Israel, and 22% say Israeli actions are justified. More young Republicans say U.S. policy in the Middle East mostly serves Israeli than U.S. interests. This is the latest UMD CIP poll. Americans are now more sympathetic with Palestinians than Israelis. A wide gap emerged between younger and older Republicans. A lot more here. Thinking about the ongoing conflict between Israel and the Palestinians, are your sympathies more with the Israelis or with the Palestinians? 46% of Republicans say their sympathies are more with the Israelis. 6% of Democrats say their sympathies are more with the Israelis. And when it comes to more with the Palestinians, 49%. So the plurality goes to the Palestinians for both Democrats, independents, and all respondents in general. Okay. Both equally. Independents are both sideists at 30%, and Democrats still have 25% equally. Neither is an interesting one. The let God sort it out understanders. By the way, there's a genocide happening. I just want to remind people. So, like, not taking a stance or saying equal parties are actually responsible for this genocide is, again, completely insane. Of course, neither is probably the most insane, I guess. Like... Well, I don't know about this. Neither is just like, I don't care about anything, dude. Anyway, thinking about the ongoing... America is such a deeply... This is why Dems aren't dropping Israel. Women are stupid. What? Poopy pee-pee man. Are you okay? Take a day off for that statement. Poopy pee-pee man. Anyway, they're usually chill. Oh, you mean poopy pee-pee man? I love poopy pee-pee man. I don't know where that misogynistic take came from, but normally poopy pee-pee man is one of my favorites. You're a total cuck bitch for always using there's a genocide going on. I can't tell you what you need to do to improve the lives of everyone around you, but I'm thinking it. Okay. And I think you know it too, deep down inside. You know exactly what I'm thinking. You're thinking it too every day. We're literally in the conversation of we're having a conversation about public polling on Israel's genocide against the Palestinians. And this motherfucker's like, bro, you're such a bitch, dude. Yes, dude, you got your notes from the dumbest bottom feeders on the planet. You got your notes from a slop tuber, brother. You are at 1 HP brain power. Nothing there. Nothing at all. Okay. Good luck though. Or it's an Israeli? Nah, that's a guy who watched like one of these fucking losers. Asman went offline 2 minutes ago. Asman's number one. Oh, nice. Welcome back to the 8 hogs. Child? No, dog. Asmongold's audience is like 38-year-olds, brother. That's not, you're wrong. It's not children. It's unironically like old ass dudes, like 40-year-old dudes who grew up watching him play Warcraft, but just like never grew up here. Trust. It's much sadder than you think. Anyway, let's continue. Thinking about the ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestinians, are your sympathies more with the Israelis or the Palestinians? 46% of Republicans say with the Israelis, 49% say with the Palestinians, both equally. Wait, that's the one that we just looked at. Oh, this is the this is the demographic breakdown. Republicans 18 to 34, more with the Palestinians, is at 12%, more with the Israelis at 24%, both equally at 26%. For Democrats between the ages of 18 to 34, 58% of Democrats sympathize with the Palestinians more, 15% sympathize with both equally, and 7% sympathize with neither, and 17% for 18 to 34 don't know. For Republicans over the age of 35, 52% sympathize more with the Israelis. For the Democrats, 45% more with the Palestinians, 28% both equally, 7% neither. Once again, these numbers are crazy. There's not even a both-sidist situation amongst the Democrats, okay? Most of them are on board with the Palestinians. That's it. You are saying 40-year-old old ass is really that old ass? I'm genuinely asking. No, but if you're a 40-year-old and you're getting your notes from a dude who doesn't shower, if you're getting your notes about politics from a dude who just like literally openly, by his own admission, does not shower and doesn't really know anything about the issues that he speaks on, even though he somehow comes across as though he has a conviction, then you're kind of a fucking loser. That's it, you know? At least with someone like myself, you can, I have enough experience in this field for the past decade plus. I have a track record that I can point to, political convictions that I have, and things that I've done in the process of pushing for said political convictions. Also, I went to school for it too. That's another thing that I don't really talk about too much, but I probably should. And I shower every day, sometimes twice a day. So that's one. That's a thing, I guess. What is this fucking person? I don't hate you, but I'm beginning to doubt your methods. The behind the scenes force for good, for change. What happens when it doesn't come? Will you just explain I tried and throw up your hands? Are you the schizo poster who's been talking about this has nothing to do with religion. Religion is a scapegoat. Yeah, oh, it is. Bernie Sanders, AOC stroke guy, whose names I forget, forces you back to stay true to those blue values, only to change over time. I understand your grind, your hustle. You're a businessman too. And if you had to pick between the two, you're more of a businessman than a revolutionary. Congratulations. You've successfully turned communist talking points into capitalism. It's commendable. Hassan only supports people with motion, grassroots candidates. It's turning into a fool me once, fool me twice situation. Yes, it's correct. That's why I'm spending the weekend at People's Conference for Palestine in Michigan. And then we'll be going to Minneapolis as well to try and offer a boost to Omar Fateh, who just got fucked over by the DFL, and of course Graham Plattner as well. But that's only because I'm trying to fool you into commodifying socialism into capitalism. Anyway, I didn't realize Caroline Leavitt works at Twitch. Jesus Christ, Zach Boosie's got fucking takes. In a statement to Forbes, TwitchCom says there was no viewership decline, and that is just all misinformation. So if you saw lower numbers last week, no, you didn't. Industry analyst Zach Busey, yeah, I don't know. Speaking of cringe, Twitter users have found Ethan Klein's old Reddit profile named user Pedotroll from 2010. I heard from Gato that Mamdani hates you. Who's Gato? Why would he hate me? El Gato, the Drama Farm Twitter account, is cat in Spanish. Anyway.
Damn, this guy's good.